Hello. Hello. Time for some PGR. For today and tomorrow, I'll be reading through To the Galaxies. But since it's since To the Galaxies is 25 nodes long, I'm only going to do like half of it for today and then the other half tomorrow. I was thinking of maybe finishing up until node 14, maybe node 15 for today. Might do that. And since we're on PGR, one thing I will also mention as well, the chapter 2 for the read along for PGR. I was working on it last night, but then I ended up having to like re-record a lot of the stuff. So that's why it's not out yet. I might put it out later this weekend though. I just gotta do some editing. That's besides the point. To the Galaxies, chapter 32. Ooh. Oh man, looking at this wallpaper, man, this illustration. I'm just reminded of Shaper's Ripples. It's sad. Everyone from Babylonia is gone. Only a few people left on Earth. A few constructs here and there. Alrighty, let's see where this story takes us now. A river of blossoms. Ooh. The stars start to twinkle in the mysterious universe as if they were breathing. Phew. The stardust-filled universe parts like a lifting curtain, revealing a gray-haired girl sitting in a corner of this small world. She manipulates the virtual screen in her hands, her brows furrowed as she rapidly adjusts the complex coordinates displayed before her. That's not right. These coordinates don't seem right. I gotta try a different set. The scenery on the stellar shard fluctuates between ethereal and solid, as it slowly morphs with each coordinate adjustment she makes. No. The gray-haired girl's voice shifts from hopeful to dejected as she stares in confusion at the space she has traversed countless times before. The sparse starlight fails to fill the vast universe as she floats at its center and reaches out to touch the shattered vortexes before her. The vortexes give off a dazzling radiance as space-time stretches and expands with brilliant rivers of light streaming past her in a breathtaking display. She sees scenes from her past. Aged light cascades upon her friends' shoulders. She sees their first encounter in the desert. She sees an unfamiliar darkness. She also sees hope drifting through the endless cosmos. And music is so good. Nope, it's not here either. She fiddles with the virtual screen, her head drooping in defeat. How could this be, though? Is there a hiccup with the new frame's navigation system? Why am I having trouble finding the coordinates that would take me back home, when the simulation process should be working just fine? Once again, she finds herself lost in this vast universe. Why is this happening? The anchor points should be fixed in place, but where are they now? The sparse starlight fails to fill the vast universe as she stares into the boundless expansion of space in bewilderment. Why can't Nanami find the path back? She lets out a soft sigh, her thoughts tinged with sadness. Stellar vortexes spin as time and space interweave into intricate, elusive patterns flowing like rivers that stretch endlessly into the beyond. The girl reaches out again, trying to fish out the right thread for the rivers. She sees fragments of laughter. The machine oil trickles down like tears of blood. She sees the mournful cries of her comrades. She sees a tide she has never experienced before. She also sees the shining moon and the flames reflect each other's light under the night sky. Following this timeline, she now sees that certain human once again. Simulation module entering cooldown. The virtual screen dissipates into the universe, having exhausted itself. The girl, however, perks up with renewed vigor. The brief simulation ends once more, but within her mind, she can see the human commandant every bit as clearly as if they are right next to each other. Well, still no luck with the coordinates. I sure never saw that coming. I wonder what Commandant is doing now. Is the Commandant going to come for me upon a cloud of stars like the people do in fairy tales? Actually, Commandant already has a bunch of things to deal with. Nanami should keep trying and figure out a way to get back to the Commandant. Don't worry, Commandant. Wait for Nanami. Nanami is coming. Suddenly energized, the gray-haired girl clenches her fists and vanishes into the cosmos once more, brimming with determination. The stars start to twinkle in the mysterious universe as if they were breathing. Chapter 32 to the Galaxies. Oh, that was quick. A future yet to be. Outside the window lies a gray sky. Snow falls in absolute silence, shrouding the world outside in a haze-like veil. You turn away from the window, the dim daylight casting faint shadows on the wall. This place seems forgotten by the world. Even the light itself is veiled in thick layers of dust. A knock at the door shatters the deathly stillness of the room. Commandant. The commanding tone that brooks no argument reveals the visitor's identity. It is Vanessa. I'm going to let myself in now. I assume you're awake already. The wooden door creaks open, and a familiar yet unfamiliar construct appears before you against the light. Try to make a sound. Long deprived of moisture, your vocal cord feels parched. You open your mouth trying to speak but are unable to make any sound. Heavy bandages wrap around your body, their rigid embrace making movement impossible. Even maintaining a sitting position has drained away what little energy you still have left. Vanessa surveys the bare room, finding it practically empty save for a glass of water on the bedside table, likely left by whoever escorted you back. The water has gone lukewarm, but it is better than nothing at this point. As she holds the glass to your mouth, Vanessa feels an inexplicable sense of irritation. Have some water. Thank you. I'm here to inform you about the arrangements for Lucia's frame. You feel your heart gripped by an invisible force as suppressed memories tear their way forcefully through your mind. Gunsmoke, ammunition, crimson mist spreading across your field of vision. Someone that you cannot be more familiar with draws near only to drift away again. Commandant, Museveni. I don't want it all to end here. Lucia. Mustering every last bit of strength, you finally manage to get her name off your tongue once more. Don't waste your energy. Your body is exhausted and severely dehydrated. You need time to recover. We've placed Lucia's frame in a sleeping pod at the settlement. Emma and Rosa have made multiple attempts to fix the Omega Core in her frame, but haven't had any luck so far. I believe we're both used to this by now, and I didn't think I needed to say this, but... She turns her head. My condolences. And just as she is about to continue, the rotting wooden door creaks again. Come in. Vanessa, the mutated red tide has appeared at the settlement's perimeter. It has a squad trapped, and we don't have enough personnel to spare. Let's go. Few words are exchanged. They seem quite used to such emergencies by now. After their brief conversation, Vanessa departs in a rush. Stay here. I'll be back. The door slams shut, and their footsteps fade away. Silence once again descends upon the room. Lucia. Slowly you come back to your senses with what little sense you still have, but your body remains immersed in overwhelming sorrow. Try as you may, you can barely move a finger. You look out the window. Beyond the window lies a gray sky, as heavy snow blankets the entire world. Vanessa and Emma rush to the location of the distress signal. The battle rages on until, with their support, the mutated red tide finally retreats. The surviving squad members have to keep one another standing as they deal with the aftermath. Vanessa has become a construct for quite some time now, but she still has no love for combat. Disgusting. She brushes the snow off her collar while letting Emma tend to the injuries she sustained from the battle. The mutated red tide is difficult to handle, true. I never thought you'd slip up like that. You seem preoccupied. Is it because of the Grey Raven Commandant? Huh. The Grey Raven Commandant? I already have more than I can handle on my plate now. Have the scouts reported back yet? Did the border patrol make it back alive? Are the nearby supply depots still operational? Do we have enough medical supplies for the wounded? Vanessa. Vanessa props herself up and lets out a sneer. The Hetero Tower, the punishing virus, the continuously mutating red tide, and now here we are, all of us crammed into this damn pinprick of space near the ARU. Instead of feeling sorry for our bedridden great chief, I say let's save some sympathy for ourselves. How is the Commandant doing, though? Let's not send anyone to disturb our patient for the time being. I mean, with Lucia gone and all. We fall silent for a moment. Even if we want to know what the Grey Ravens went through, let's at least wait until their Commandant has recovered enough to speak. Right, I'll pass the word along. Miss Savini, never change, do you? Vanessa! Vanessa! A refugee comes running from nearby. Speak. The supply warehouse behind the settlement. There are hetero creatures there. What good is a patrol if they can't even do their job? Oh no, the warehouse has our last batch of medical supplies. Without missing a beat, they rush back toward the settlement. The snowfall grows heavier by the minute. They barely reach the outskirts when they see the settlement in chaos, with casualties being rushed to the medical tents. Vanessa! Just then a refugee spots them and comes running over, calling out Vanessa from a distance. Cut to the chase. I'm tired of hearing my name called today. Did the hetero creatures completely destroy the warehouse? Damn it, I knew we should have left someone behind at the settlement. Emma, implement emergency protocols and list the damaged supplies. When you're done, the warehouse is undamaged. Then what's all the fuss about? Has Discord returned lately? Not Discord's still around. It's the Commandant from that small room in the corner who came out and led the off-duty patrol team to lure away the hetero creatures. I can't believe what an elite Commandant from the old Babylonia is capable of. I can't imagine how powerful Babylonia must have been at its peak. The Earth-born human gazes up at the sky, his eyes beaming with admiration. The Commandant came out. Huh. Can't say I'm surprised. Looking behind the refugee, she does not see the Grey Raven Commandant. Where is that Commandant? I thought the Commandant was just over there. Must have passed out again. Vanessa? Without responding to the refugee, Vanessa walks in big strides toward the settlement. Didn't I tell you to stay here? The wooden door slams against the wall, having been pushed a little harder than originally intended. The daylight remains dim, but the room is already empty. Where did the Commandant go? You mean the one you brought back? Oh my, that person was absolutely incredible. I asked you a question. I think the Commandant headed toward the center of the settlement by the Great Tombstone. the heart of the settlement stands a towering stone monument. At first, the stone monument was merely a relic from a Golden Age city, weathered by time yet standing tall at the center of this land. When the settlement was established as a permanent refuge, someone unknown became the first to carve the names of the fallen into the stone. Anthony, Constance, Selkie, Sika, Dan— no, not Sika. Ross, Ellie, Bambinata, Youngji, Anjie. Humans used to tread carefully around the subject of death as if avoiding it could somehow ward off the farewells brought by disasters. But now that farewells have become commonplace, such taboos mean nothing. The monument is simply known as the Great Tombstone, a landmark at the center of the settlement. Vanessa's breath creates wisps of vapor in the air. After a quick calibration of her visual module, she spots the unmistakable figure before the Great Tombstone, both draped in the same blanket of snow. Trying to play tough, huh? You're putting yourself in danger when you aren't fully recovered. Is that what they taught you in FOS? Usabeni? Despite her words, the figure remains completely still before the tombstone. Hey! Sensing something amiss, Vanessa scurries up and grabs you by your shoulders, forcefully turning you around. Her words of reproach die in her throat as she meets your vacant, lifeless eyes. You. The heavy snow continues to fall. With the Hetero creature lured away by the patrol, you gaze upon the tombstone amid the swirling snow as you are trapped in an uncertain future. Walk up slowly. Your fingers trace over the names, some of which you know, while others you do not. Each line of the dark engraving is a scar time has left behind, forever branded into the gray stone. From top to bottom, countless memories are densely etched onto the memorial stone that towers beyond sight. They are all gone. Your breathing becomes rapid and uncontrollable as exhaustion, like a strand of fragile yet sharp spider silk, slowly pierces your heart, draining what little life you had left. Say. Her ethereal voice sounds like it has traveled through time and space to reach you here. Play tough. Taught you FOS? Feeling a firm grip on your shoulder, you slowly turn around. In Vanessa's eyes, you see an exhausted, numbed human face, pale as a ghost that has escaped its grave. You. Commandant? Commandant, how in the world? Commandant, what happened? Are you alright? What's going on? I'll contact the Star of Life right away. Commandant. Miss Benny. Pull yourself together. With that, you snap back to your senses. Usubeni, wake up. Get back to your room right now. Emma will be back any moment and you're in critical condition. Vanessa furrows her brow as she checks the infection readings on the protective suit you're reading. You're reading? Shouldn't be you're wearing? I should have locked that door. Hello? Usubeni? She is surprised to find you unresponsive no matter how she calls your name. Your pupils are dilated and unfocused, and you are seemingly deaf to her voice. Damn it. Her knuckles white with tension. Vanessa grinds her teeth as she fights back the urge to explode. What are you trying to do? Freeze yourself to death out here? Is this why Lucia brought you back? To bury yourself beneath this gravestone? Seemingly triggered by some keyword, you break into a coughing fit, showing signs of regaining consciousness. Lucia. Lucia is gone. Do you want to join her in a sleeping pod too? Lucia is dead. Who killed Lucia? Jumbled memories assault your mind, and your heart pounds so hard that it threatens to crush your ribs and chest. Fragments of vivid colors crash across your retina as Lucia moves her lips in your memory, seemingly trying to tell you something. Captain Usubeni. Even so, that also brings the promise of fresh hope. I'm so glad I got the chance to meet you, Isabelle. The wind now bites as cold as it did that day, except Lucia now lies in a sleeping pod. Seeing your eyes lose focus once again, Vanessa clenches her fist tightly. She slams her fist into the gravestone behind you, the metallic scent of vital fluid piercing the frigid air. Your legs give out, and you slide down against the gravestone to the ground, slamming your head on the monument. The pain dispels all hallucinations, and all you see through your vacant eyes is Vanessa's face, one going from burning anger to calm. I'm not gonna hurt you, but I'm not gonna waste any more time on you. The entire settlement depends on me to keep it running. If you have no desire to get out of your current state... Emma. What's going on here? Emma, having rushed to the scene, stares in shock at Vanessa and you. The Commandant just successfully commanded the patrol and saved our supply depot. I'm here to evaluate the Commandant's performance and distribute the appropriate rewards. Okay, but do as I say. Once everything's done, escort the Commandant to logistics and let them handle things from there. Right. Despite her doubts, Emma continues to follow Vanessa's orders. As for you, I understand how you feel. I've been living on Earth for 30 years now. Crimson vital fluid slowly creeps over Bambinata's name on the gravestone. That's it. If you can't get back on your feet, just remain seated. Live on, and live as a normal person. Perhaps that's what Lucia... She presses her lips together and speaks no more, turning to leave. Her footsteps fade into the distance. The snow dust on the ground nearly buries you whole as a numbing cold grips your every sense. Lucia is dead. Excruciating pain cuts through your mind. That most familiar signal will never reach your mind beacon again. Well, like a drowning person grasping at straws, you force out words through your destroyed throat, even if they come out bloodied and broken. Lucia. Is this the ending she wanted to see? No, not like this. Your suffering at the Hetero Tower is over. I believe better days will come, and from now on, you'll be safe and sound. I just can't bring myself to part ways with you like this. How could I forgive myself for leaving you here all alone? Turn to look at the tombstone. An inch of empty space remains at the bottom of the tombstone. Pick up a pebble from nearby. Memories tangle around your mind like scattered threads. You feel an urge to carve something into the gravestone. This is the epitaph of Lucia and the Grey Raven. We once existed in this world. We once fought to reclaim Earth. We are Grey Raven. Blood seeps through your tattered tactical gloves as you clench your fist. Your mind is empty, vacant of all but one obsession: to finish carving what you haven't. Lucia's name. There are no survivors in this catastrophe. This will end. Lucia. Feeling tired. I just want to sleep. Far too exhausted to move anymore, you slowly slide down against the great tombstone. At some point, the heavy snow has stopped. The setting sun pierces through the deep, hazy clouds, scattering its dying rays as night falls like a curtain and slowly drapes over half the sky. The battle in the Hetero Tower flashes in your mind like a kaleidoscope of memories, with Lucia's smile being the last thing you remember. I will never regret paying this price. A future without you is meaningless, and a future that doesn't align with our vision of peace is even more futile. So please, don't blame yourself once I'm gone. It's not because we made the wrong choice. Commandant, every failure has its meaning. We've obtained the seeds of a miracle, and from here on, we'll surely find a miracle that belongs to this world and to us. All of this will come to an end. Your fingers, having grown numb, slip weakly from the base of the gravestone as blood thinly coats the new marks. Your meandering thoughts come to a stop when you carve the final stroke. The trail of blood stretches into the shape of a smile, just like the ones drawn on the back of your hands so many years ago. Struggle desperately. Someone calls out in the distance, the muffled voice drifting away from you. The twilight's glow fills the sky as far as you can see. This time when you wake up, you will truly be alone. Lucia. I made you a promise. I won't blame myself, and I won't give up. So, we're just handing over our buffer zones to the hetero creatures now? Yes, it happened so suddenly in our outposts. Alright, none of this would have happened had our human soldiers been able to handle those hetero creatures in combat. The buffer zones were always meant to buy us time. Speaking of which, do we have all our supplies back now? Barnaga's chest tightens as Vanessa's voice grows icier by the second. Forget the medium and heavy equipment. What happened to the serum and all the portable supplies? I'm very sorry. Facing a helpless Barnaga who is sweating profusely, Vanessa takes a deep breath. Adjust the flags on the tactical map. I need to assess our current situation. As Barnaga adjusts the pieces, the crude tactical map clearly shows the borders between areas controlled by humans and hetero creatures, and the situation looks grim. If we want to reclaim the buffer zones, we'll have to suspend the flanking operation from last week. While our standby forces are sufficient for one recovery operation, this would leave us with no reserve forces to handle emergencies. But if we completely abandon the buffer zones, both staging areas on our flanks will be compromised. Call back the recon and patrol units. Logistics needs to be in full force except for the teams in the agricultural zones. But we can barely... Or you can just abandon the buffer zones entirely, give up the staging areas tomorrow, and join me in planning our grand escape the day after that. That's all I've got to say. Now, a cold draft pushes through the gap of the unlocked door. Well, guess all the bad things just have to happen at the same time, huh? Add it to the list. We're getting the lock fixed tomorrow. As she furrows her brow and grabs the handle, a cold hand in a tactical glove rips the door frame from the outside. Or grips. Civilians are forbidden from this area, let alone privy to military intel. Do you want to die? Put the recon and patrol units under my command. I'll break through those hetero creatures with them. If they just took our buffer zones, they're compromised. You know what I can do, Vanessa. Also, I just remembered a few things. As you slowly come back to your senses, memories about the hetero tower and its core flood your mind. Come on in. Vanessa takes half a step back and opens the door to the command center. Once everyone is seated, you organize your thoughts and bring Vanessa up to speed, keeping your points as concise as possible. The hetero tower. A time machine. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you were some sci-fi writer trying to mess with me. I'm not making any of these up. This is what we learned in the hetero tower. including the core. Can the core really bring humanity new hope? Can it really help humanity win this hopeless war? Rosa isn't at the settlement. It's too dangerous here. She might be a construct, but she isn't exactly good in combat, so we set up her lab somewhere further away. These questions will remain unanswered until Rosa returns. I do want to get to the bottom of what's happening at the Hetero Tower, but for now, we'll have to put it on hold. She taps on the crude terrain map. Even if you could lead a team to break through the Hetero creatures in the buffer zones and throw them into disarray, it still wouldn't be enough. Small wins won't last us long. Then, let's lure them away. We'll split them up, lead them to other fortified camps, and pick them off one by one. I need a map with all troop deployments. I thought you wouldn't notice. Guess you really are coming back to your senses. This is indeed a crucial checkpoint, but it doesn't need defenses. Can't have them either. Someone's already guarding it. Someone? You mean a squad or some other faction? Luna is there. Luna? She barely communicates with the camp, refuses to cooperate with our strategies, and rejects our supplies. What about other ascendants? We haven't detected any ascendants. We've been monitoring the area for a while now, and Luna's the only one there. She hasn't shown any signs of hostility, and doesn't seem interested in driving humans away from this place. It seems like she just wants to keep watch there. Luna was an agent who can connect to assets. Maybe you should talk to her. Emma, something's up with the patrol team. What is it now? Take your time, don't rush. The patrol team was returning from the northwest when the mutated red tide suddenly surged. We didn't detect it coming and it's got them trapped. Looks like we need to pay them a visit now. But Usabeni is doing just fine. The Commandant can proceed with the mission. Let's move out then. Time to see which poor souls got themselves trapped in the red tide this time. Vanessa's signature sneer crosses her face. Irreversible end. She sits indifferently in this corner of the snowfield as howling winds whip around her. The mutated red tide intertwines with snowflakes, creating twisted patterns like corroded marble. It's coming again. Holding her hand out, Luna senses the agitation of the punishing virus in the air and lets out a weary sigh of disgust. Same old, huh? Phantom of the Red Tide, what form have you taken this time? How do you tell him the Phantom when you can't even see? Still refusing to give up. You know well that you'll see the truth of this world if you step into the Red Tide. Everything the Ascension Network took from you, the Red Tide can return. And I mean more than just your eyes. I don't see what's making you so stubborn. You've already seen the future, Death, through the Ascension Network. You've seen the future. You know you'll die here, and your power will eventually run dry. If you enter the Red Tide, you could. You're annoying me. The weakened girl raises her hand and, despite her lifeless eyes, accurately shatters the illusion before her. You're wasting your time. Are you just going to sit around doing nothing? Do you truly believe humans can find a way to deal with everything before your power completely fades? Are you still clinging to such fantasies about Earth? All of this is none of your concern. She raises her hand once more, and the red tide's illusion completely dissipates into thin air as snow falls in silence. Can humanity truly find a solution before her power fades away? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Either way, she will be too powerless to do anything at that point anyway. She has seen those futures, deaths. The snow falls silently, gathering like dust around her. She touches the cold gravel on the ground and gently traces out a humanoid figure. Luna does not know she is doing it right, but she still tries to trace the shape as accurately as possible. the same way she has many times before. Howling winds scattered the snow dust on the ground, bringing with them air thick with the punishing virus. Below the cliff, the mutated red tide crashes against decaying rocks, and faint voices can be heard from its depths. Luna frowns wearily, letting out a soft sigh and slowly rising to her feet. She does not like fighting the mutated red tide, but she has no choice but to face them. Oh, it's in Chinese, what the heck? Hang on. Let me turn this off. Oh, I see. This was what people were talking about. The whole language thing. It doesn't bother me. People were actually bothered with the different languages. It's funny. As the mutated red tide recedes, Luna returns to her seat at the mountain peak, her exhaustion plain to see. While Emma escorts the rescued patrol back to the settlement, Vanessa stands guard at the foot of the mountain. This is what you see when you reach the peak of the mountain. Luna, how are you? You find it impossible to ask the question, simple as it is. There are no survivors in this catastrophe. It's you. She hangs her head low as the shades of the twilight blur the line between day and night. You cannot tell if she is smiling. The cold gleam of snow shrouds everything here, making her expression impossible to read. This has to be the best illusion I've seen so far. She lets out a soft breath. The girl lifts her head and stares at you with those lifeless eyes of hers. Even if you're not real, stay. Just hear me out. It's been so long. So very long. Fate's onslaught. At first, everyone thought the Grey Raven and Grey Raven Commandant and Lucia were sent on an unusual but ordinary mission. Grey Raven always seemed to work miracles. They always came home winning fights deemed impossible. The Clean Zone even had a victory celebration prepared for them as soon as they had gone inside the Hetero Tower. Except the Inver Hetero Tower glowed red again, and the banner meant to celebrate Grey Raven's victory was never hung. This is everything we heard from the refugees. So Lucy and the Grey Raven Commandant never made it out, and the Hetero Tower turned red again. Yes, I believe so. What should we do now? How's the forest looking, sister? The red tide has become more dangerous now. Roland and I tried to enter the Hetero Forest to look for Cradle, but she wasn't there. She might be hiding somewhere. She wouldn't do that. Luna closed her eyes as the wind brushed past her fingertips, carrying with it an unsettling presence. The red tide has gone out of control. Without an administrator, the red tide surged across the land like a raging sea, like a horse that had broken free of its reins. Those hetero creatures have gone mad. They used to only wander around the hetero forest and rarely ever appeared in the conservation area, but they stormed into the conservation area this time and nearly melted everyone there. They've all gone insane. Calm down. Are you saying all the hetero creatures have gone haywire? Yes, they've all gone mad. They broke through the conservation area's defenses by force, crawling in over the corpses of their own kind. Send an emergency report. This is already the 4th conservation area reporting hetero creatures losing control. What in the world is going on? The hetero creatures frantically devoured the surface as they gathered around the red hetero tower, seemingly waiting for something. God. In the tide-swept hetero forest, Luna struggled to rise from the red tide, choking and coughing. Luna! Miss Luna, is it still not working? The red tide is rejecting my power. They resist my control and refuse to obey my commands. Then stop trying. Humanity. Their survival doesn't concern us. I'm afraid things aren't as simple this time. On her way to the hetero forest, Luna had attempted to use the Ascension Network once more to simulate the future. She saw a snow-covered future. Death. I've tried many times since then. I still can't gain control over the red tide. After several attempts, I discovered another consciousness within it. Chaos. So you're connected to all these. I figured as much. The gray-haired girl casts a knowing look your way. She seemed unable to fully control the red tide since she spent most of her time in slumber. I tried talking to her, but she seemed barely conscious and was only able to repeat fragments of words. With the things she said, I heard her whisper your name. The white-haired girl's moments of consciousness grew shorter and shorter. The red tide spiraled out of control once more and turned against its master as the hetero creatures began evolving in unpredictable ways. And after that, she repeatedly used the Ascension Network to run simulations, almost exhausting all of her power. She yearned for a glimpse of the stars beyond this frame, a variable that the Ascension Network had not foreseen. She saw a snow-covered future, death. And then, Roland died. Just as she saw in the countless simulations, he died on the first night when snow began to fall. He could have escaped. The opportunity to flee was there. But all I want is to protect Luna and ensure her vision comes true. If I can do that, it will be enough. After all, the world Luna wants to see is the world I want to see. Perhaps this is the perfect moment for the final curtain. And so, he met his end on that fateful night. Lamia was next. With humanity about to embark on their journey, she insisted on going to gather information. Luna recounts everything with tranquility, as if she has replayed the same scene countless times in her mind. Lamia entered the waters once more to search for news from other regions. She was never to be heard from again. I will be back with good news, Miss Luna. The timid mermaid plunged into the abyss, but never returned with any news. The red tide flowed back into the sea, giving birth to massive mutated creatures in its depths. I warned her about the dangers of the ocean, yet she still chose that path. That timid mermaid was never meant to be the dove of peace. Luna. And then it was my sister. Luna continues her serene narration, deaf to your words, her tone betraying no emotions. With a punishing virus, ascendants are merely beings who passed the initial filtering. No one is invincible, not even the agents. Not me, at least. She stops momentarily. Alpha had been trying to break free from the Ascension Network's bonds, and in a way, she did succeed. But as a consequence, she could no longer connect to the Ascension Network. Even as an agent, I wasn't able to do anything to help her. I was already having trouble seeing things then. This area isn't safe. I'll go eliminate the nearby hetero creatures' strongholds. Alpha hesitated, worried about leaving Luna alone with her failing eyesight. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I'll be fine. Luna could no longer see, but she could still sense Alpha's presence just fine. Those hetero creatures have evolved again. They're dangerous. If left unchecked, we won't be able to set up camp safely here. Wait for me. I'll be right back. After making sure Luna was safely settled despite her blindness, Alpha left the mountaintop. She lied though. She never came back. The mutated hetero creatures appeared in overwhelming numbers, so much so that Alpha wasn't able to hold them back. But I'll be here waiting for her, no matter how long it takes. Luna. Sorry I'm so late. This isn't your fault. I'm not telling you this to blame you. She sits there motionless, like a fragile porcelain doll. I saw all of this in the simulations before. In a future of swirling snow, where the plains are consumed by the red tide, everyone dies one after another, until only she remains, sitting alone on this cliff. Luna tilts her head up as a droplet of tears quietly glimmers at the corner of her eye before it quickly vanishes. Sit down. The dusk bleeds across the sky as you and her watch the sunset fade, and you wait for the pale moonlight to creep across the earth. And you're no red tide illusion, aren't you? What have you been through? Well, contemplate. It's a long story. Memories of your countless battles and endless days of ruminations become an overwhelming amount of words. For a moment, you do not know where to begin. The last we heard, you and Lucia had entered the Hetero Tower. We went through countless battles after that. We managed to escape the Hetero Tower, but Lucia's gone. These words roll across her tongue like a blade's edge, piercing through your numbed mind with pain and stirring up tremors of despair once more. Explain what happened at Hetero Tower. Your breaths crystallize into ice and fall heavily to the ground. I brought the Hetero Tower's car back. Maybe we could. But do we really have enough time? I'm not sure. Only a handful of people could delve deep into this technology even during Babylonia's peak. In your current situation, no one knows how long it would take to unlock the core's mysteries. I'm as good as powerless now. I can only suppress the punishing virus around the human settlement. The red tide continues to mutate, and it's not even done yet. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold on. Museveni, I am no hero for humanity. I can't save this planet. The girl's vacant eyes look in your direction, her gaze distant and still. Your eyes. Watch your eyes. That's crazy. This was the price I had to pay. Price for seeing the future. Price the Ascension Network demanded. Yes, the toll the Ascension Network has claimed. There is always a price to see the future. Don't pity me. I need no one's sympathy. This is the path I've chosen, and that's that. I was foolish enough to rely on the Ascension Network to protect the future, and try to avoid every path that could lead to their deaths, but none of them was spared in the end. Fate cannot be changed. Except for you, Museveni. Your vacant people seem to look past you, fixed on some point in the void. Except for me. What do you see? I saw many things. The red tide drowning the world, and the corrupted spreading across the surface. I witnessed an eternal winter, and an endless night. But I never saw you, Commandant. Me? You mean... You never made it out of the tower in every future I simulated. You are the singularity of this world. Oh, let's see. The Ascension Network can only simulate based on what I already know. About you and me. About Babylonia. And about my sister. The simulations don't show clear outcomes. They're more like fragments of scenes. What I can tell you is merely my interpretation of those pieces. Besides you, there's another who never appears in any of my visions. That girl with gray hair. Gray hair. Nanami? In all the futures I've simulated, I've never seen her, nor any trace of the mechanoids associated with her. Perhaps she is a variable too, or maybe all those mechanoids are. I tried to probe deeper, but forcing these simulations came at too great a cost. I might be an agent, but it strained me beyond my limits all the same. The information feedback from the Ascension Network corrupted my visual module. I can no longer see those futures. Usabeni, this is the last piece of information I can offer you. Thank you, Luna. You've done more than enough. Her hand. This time she does not pull away. Moonlight washes over the mountain peaks. After what feels like seconds, or perhaps minutes, the pale girl steps back slightly to draw herself away from your warm touch. Now, you should go. Time is running out. I can sense it. The punishing virus is about to breach your protective suit. Check protective suit. Luna is right. The indicator on your protective suit is slowly turning red. I don't know if you'll find the answer that lies at the end of this path, but I'll hold on as long as I can. I'll hold out longer to buy you more time. You are the only variable, Usabeni. Your escape from the Hetero Tower stands as the sole anomaly in all my calculations. I'll hold out longer, until you return. You trudge away from the cliff's edge. Behind you, Luna lowers her head slightly, overlooking everything below the mountain with those lifeless eyes of hers. Beside her stands a small, faintly glowing lamp, seemingly trying to acknowledge what you have done. A meaningless gesture to her. She slowly extends her hand at the fire. Upon touching the flame, she quickly withdraws her hand behind her back as if singed. Having been sitting here alone for who knows how long, she has replayed the scenes from her simulations countless times in her mind. She has experienced their deaths countless times in her mind, and she thought she could no longer be moved by anything. Best of luck, Usabeni. This is our last chance. The blind girl reaches out once more to touch the warm yellow lamp. So, that's what you've learned? Within swaying tree shadows and flickering lamplight stands Vanessa. Yep. Man, what a difficult choice. I wonder which one I should pick. Yep or yup? That's funny. Yup. The world's singularity, mechanoids, the fragments of evidence lie scattered like yarn, twisted by fate into an impenetrable tangle. It is impossible for one to know where to start untangling. Quesera. Is it really doable? Such confidence is admirable, I suppose. Hush. Vanessa does a hush gesture right when you are about to talk. Fall behind Vanessa. You quickly hide with Vanessa and turn off the lights. Over there. See that? Before she finishes talking, you also spot the footprints in the glistening snow ahead. The footprints have not been filled by snow yet. Whoever left them cannot be far. The two of you crouch behind low bushes as Vanessa's eyes scan ahead to see where the trail of footprints leads. Over there. A figure slowly moves through the forest nearby. Not a construct. Not a corrupted either. Mechanoid? This person appears to be searching for something in the woods, occasionally scurrying through the forest and stopping. He's still alive. The mechanoids are still around. Then his face is reflected in the gleam of snow. Cervantes. What is he doing here? The mechanoid with silver seaweed-like hair looks weary. He glances at the sky before hurrying away. Some dialogue choices gotta be trolls by the devs. Yeah. Hello, Yoju. Rose and Winter. Under the hazy moonlight, the silver-haired mechanoid enters a nearby abandoned warehouse in a rush. A mechanoid. You know him. You don't actually think Babylonia knows nothing about those self-proclaimed Church of Machina folks, do you? Well, there's no official documentation. Our squads have run into them every now and then during missions. Never thought I'd run into one at this hour, though. She disengages the safety of her weapon. The last time you saw Cervantes was at Aerospace City when he handed you the key. That was during Han Ying, all this tune. That was during, what was it called? Beyond something? Keep up. Having seemingly failed to find what he was looking for, Cervantes emerges from the abandoned warehouse with a stern face and quickly heads in another direction. Why are we following him? What is he doing? Beats me. Then why are we following him? I don't want to deal with some uncontrollable monster out of nowhere that's been corrupted by the red tide. Besides, we had an agreement. He shouldn't be here. The direction he's headed toward is close to the edge of our monitored safe zone. That mutated red tide is found here all the time, and no one can guarantee it won't infect the mechanoids. There. The mutated red tide, twisted with otherworldly colors, serpentines its way into the abandoned warehouse that Cervantes has just entered. Out of patience, she draws her weapon. Cervantes flips open the dust-covered felt sheets, violently tearing open the sealed boxes and meticulously searching every corner. This is the last set of coordinates. If I can't find it here. Boxes marked with a familiar logo are stacked at the bottom of the shelf. Found you. But the mutated red tide moves faster than he can react. The iridescent tentacles lurk in the shadows like ash-colored snakes hidden in a furnace, hissing and flicking out their tongues. Oh no. Disregarding the mutated red tide, he leans forward, reaching into the area surrounded by the red tide to grab the box. A bullet grazes his cheek and strikes the aberrant tentacle with pinpoint accuracy. Who's there? While spinning around, he swiftly grabs the box and turns his gaze toward the doorway. Against the moonlight and the snow beyond the door stands a figure, both familiar yet somehow strange to Cervantes, with a smoking pistol. Usabeni. Even with his visual module recalibrated, Cervantes still has a hard time believing who he is seeing. You lower your gun as Vanessa steps through the doorway. Not bad at all. You still got it after all these years. To be fair, 30 years to me is like 2 or 3 days. Didn't you go into the Hedera Tower? Sage's simulation said you're supposed to be. As you can see, the ever-resilient Commandant has made it out alive again. And you? What brings you back here, Mr. Mechanoid? We signed a non-aggression pact, if I recall correctly. A non-aggression pact. Obviously, with limited resources for survival, I have to ensure the safety of the survivors. I can't exactly play nice with toasters that can turn into corrupted at any moment. So answer me this. What are you doing back here? No comment. Cervantes, where is Nanami? No comment. The silver-haired mechanoid remains distrustful. He clearly is not going to trust you, especially when Vanessa is standing right next to you. Is this how you mechanoids treat someone who saved your life? Forget it, Vanessa. Cervantes shows no signs of infection and appears lucid. The box in his hands bears a prominent Church of Machina emblem, and he clearly harbors hostility for unknown reasons, so pressing forward now would be unwise. Perhaps thinking of the same prophecy that is not exactly a prophecy, Vanessa takes a step back as her face darkens. Why did you help me? As the two of you turn to leave, Cervantes suddenly speaks. There seems to be no clear answer to his question. Is it because you go way back with him, or is it because of something else entirely? Regardless of your reason, everything seems to boil down to one simple truth. There's not much I can do anymore. 30 years have passed, and you are no more than just another human now, having lost Grey Raven, Babylonia, and any support you once had. You gesture for Vanessa to follow you as you exit the warehouse to head back into the snowy outdoors. But now then, since you just said there's not much you can do anymore. If you let this one go, it's going to be unimaginably difficult for you to find another mechanoid down the road. We'll take it one step at a time. When the non-aggression pact was signed, most of the remaining mechanoids moved to their designated zone. Perhaps we can still find them there. After just a few steps, you hear a cold, mechanical voice echo from behind the two of you. Hold on. Around. Cervantes? The silver-haired mechanoid stands a short distance away, his pale body almost melding with the snow's gleam on the ground. Are you really Usubeni? The one and only. I can't prove it to you. The one and only. And I guess I don't have a reason to fake it. Why risk pretending to be the Commandant when I'd shoot any imposter dead on the spot? But this is different from Sage's simulations. I couldn't care less who this Sage is, but what will you trust? Some simulations or the reality right before your eyes? We have backups of the Grey Raven Commandant's biometric data. Everything was cross-referenced the moment the Commandant entered the settlement. There were no traces of growth-accelerating drugs, and all biometric data was a perfect match. Rosa was the one outputting the data, and the folder used for comparison showed no signs of tampering. I have no obligation to tell you any of this, so you better have something worthwhile to say that justifies me standing here in the snow and wasting my breath. After a brief silence, Cervantes speaks again. Sage left Earth a long time ago. She didn't want to, intending to wait for the Commandant's return before deciding, but her simulations showed that a war with humanity and more catastrophes would have been inevitable had the Church of Machina continued to stay on Earth. Sage tried everything she could to solve Earth's problems, but nothing worked. The Hetero Tower, the mutated Red Tide, she had no way to deal with any of these threats. In the end, she chose to leave Earth with the Church of Machina. What about you? Look at Cervantes. I'm not a combat mechanoid, so I can't start a war on my own, and besides, I don't want to leave this planet. I was born here, I grew up here, and I want to see how it all ends. He turns away and looks toward the distant horizon. I see. Thank you for the information. Wait, I'm not done talking. Why are you back here? According to the pact we signed, you shouldn't be here. That box you're carrying, what's inside it? The mechanoid instinctively shifts the briefcase behind him, averting Vanessa's gaze with hesitation. He does not doubt the authenticity of the person he is seeing, but he just cannot be sure if someone can remain unwavering after all this time. When resources grow scarce, any species, be it human or mechanoid, might turn on their own kind and change. Is this person truly still the same person worthy of Sage's trust? Don't do this, Vanessa. We only wanted to know if he was friend or foe. You have come to understand the situation on Earth since you were back. Everyone is on edge and focused only on their own survival. Given these circumstances, pushing too hard and making a new enemy would not be wise. I just want to make one thing clear, Cervantes. We can overlook your breach of the pact, but in return, I expect you to stand by what you said earlier. Don't instigate war or disturb the current balance. Already at the mercy of the mutated Red Tide, humanity lacks the strength to face additional enemies. Seeing that Cervantes shows no signs of aggression, you gesture for Vanessa to leave with you. You have barely taken 2 steps when Cervantes speaks again. Let's find somewhere more private to talk, Commandant. Question mark? What? I was just being a little too cautious. It's been 30 years, after all. The silver-haired mechanoid steps forward. I will tell you everything in detail, including why I breached our pact to enter the human settlement and what exactly is inside this box. Not far away stands the abandoned aerospace city. No one knows where its inhabitants have gone. After relocating near the ARU and discovering this empty city, Rosa made simple modifications to some of the city's defense weaponry and set up her laboratory here. What's Rosa look like now, after the 30 years? Curious. Inside Aerospace City, the silver-haired mechanoid falls into deep thought, seemingly pondering where to begin. For once, Vanessa does not rush him, instead leaning casually against the doorframe. Still hard to take the time skip. 30 years is wild. It is crazy. 30 years is insane. I think what they said back in Shaper's Ripples, like near the end, when it was like, I can't remember if it was like a month or years, but they said like after like 2 months or 2 years it was bearable, but then the next is when things started to get really crazy and really bad. But imagine having to wait that long and then ultimately deciding to leave. 30-year time skip is insane. 30 years, and so many of the people you once knew and worked alongside are gone. That's why when Cervantes showed up there, I was like happy. I was like, oh my god, he's still around. And then seeing Vanessa as well, and knowing that Rosa's here. So a few people, and Luna, but still, it fucking sucks. People either left Earth or died. It really sucks. Oh, there she is! Wow, look at her. I don't think I've missed anything. The door creaks. A purple-haired young woman slips quietly through the gap and casually takes a seat beside you. You're Rosa. Time skip and time travel manipulations are handling well, but damn, 30 freaking years, dude. Oh my god. Yeah. It's like it's such a large gap too. Like even if they said something like 10-year time skip, it would still be pretty big. But 30 years is insane. Rosa, we met in the transmission just now, remember? Rosa? I'm using the frame Asimov left me where he departed, which is why I might look a bit different now. This is way beyond a bit different. Despite having just seen her through a transmission on your way, you still have a hard time believing she's the same little girl she used to be. There were some issues with the data of our experiments, so I had to come right back after analyzing your biological data. That core you brought back is quite complex. Never mind, we'll discuss that later. Let's hear what this mechanoid has to say first. As Rosa's words fade, Cervantes finally turns around, ready to recount his tale of the past 30 years. He's about to give us a history lesson. The Grey Ribbon Commandant and Lucia entering the Hedo Tower was the future Sage once spoke of. I've already told you why Sage left, and yes, I did stay behind to witness Earth's fate. But at the same time, outside the window, pristine snow blankets the Earth. I am also the tower Sage left behind. Tower. Destruction. It is destruction, but also an opportunity. I don't know exactly what Sage saw in her simulations, but when she left behind a communicator linked to the starship. Oh. Things were going crazy before time skip, that's why I think it's so wild. Yeah. A lot has happened during the 30 years. Still pretty cool how they're handling the story, yeah. From the beginning of the story, it's just like a typical... It was like a apocalyptic... Humans dealing with a virus, fighting against robots and all that stuff. And then when they started delving into more of the time travel and whatnot, that's when things start to get really crazy. I remember seeing someone on Twitter complaining about this chapter in particular. Well, not the chapter as a whole, but when like Luna was giving her story and how the Ascendants died one by one. They were apparently upset about that because they were like, oh, they died off screen, how terrible. And I'm sitting here like, is that really that big of a deal? You just can't satisfy everyone. Things like these are usually non-functional when they're mentioned, which means... Recently, I lost contact with both the Starship and Sage. That sucks. A mechanoid-made communicator stopped working. That doesn't sound right, wouldn't you say? It had nothing to do with the communicator. Sage attempted to continue her search for humanity's salvation through simulations after leaving Earth, but she vanished into the space-time turbulence. No one knows where she went. Hey, hello? Cervantes? Can you hear me? This is just recording. If you're seeing this, it probably means Nanami's run into some teeny tiny problems. But don't worry, I've left behind a mysterious treasure in the warehouse in Aerospace City. I don't know if Nanami's flash of genius was true, if the Commandant would come back, or if that thing would even be useful. Listen up, Cervantes, remember this. If Commandant does come back, you absolutely must give Commandant the key to the warehouse I left you with. It's super important, okay? Don't forget to give it to the Grey Raven Commandant. I can understand them, but I mean, we're experiencing the perspective of the Commandant, so totally fair not knowing how they died. Yeah. Did I almost glow up to Nanami's character? Major glow up. Nanami's smile remains frozen on the aged screen. She wears a frame you have never seen her in before, but her smile is exactly as you remember it. Oh yeah, don't show this video to Commandant yet. The Commandant hasn't seen my new frame. I want to... Cervantes stops the video quietly. He's like, oops. I didn't have time to edit the video because I was short on time. I had planned to add some artistic touches to Sage's new look, but... So the box you were looking for at the warehouse is... It's the key to the warehouse Sage left me with, yes. She made several spare keys and kept them in different warehouses. The red tide swallowed up all but one of them. Well, aren't you just lucky? He opens the box, and you once again hold the key in your hands. I know where this warehouse is. Like slapping Vonnegut. A little bit of lightheartedness is nice. A little bit of lightheartedness is nice. After carefully examining the key, Rosa reaches her conclusion. Creak. The long-sealed warehouse opens. As power returns, the lights flicker to life. There are so many supplies here. She examines the stacks of boxes in the warehouse. Every seal on the boxes is meticulously labeled, categorizing their contents. Food. These don't look edible anymore. Winter clothing, basic filters for the punishing virus, serum in cold storage. They should still be usable. And there's this. What's this? Pull off the dust cover. I mean, if it's canned food, maybe it's still good. As the dust settles, a peculiarly shaped chair comes into view. It's a full sensory simulation device. This was mentioned a long while ago. An invitation. A key. The nightmare, long buried in your memories, resurfaces once again. Suppressing the metallic taste in your mouth, you maintain your composure and look at Cervantes. Did Nanami say what it is used for? I'm afraid not. The last thing Sage said to do was give this key to you. Perhaps we need to activate it first to understand what Sage intended it for. Even if we activate it, I'm afraid we don't have enough computing power to keep it running. Noticing everyone's gaze, Rosa taps her pen against the interface of the behind the chair. Before Asimov left, he gave me an encrypted document containing numerous experimental records about you, including the process of receiving certain data through the full sensory simulation device. The document contains very detailed data, such as how much of Gestalt's computing power was utilized. Gestalt is gone now. Yes, with Babylonia. Are there no alternatives? It's difficult. With our current resources, we won't be able to build an AI system with even 1/10 of Gestalt's computing power, even if we include all the devices in this warehouse. Isn't Kao Long still around? Vanessa raises an eyebrow as she leans against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Kao Long? Chu? They didn't leave for Babylonia? I wouldn't think so. From what I know, Babylonia once sent representatives to Kowloon to negotiate, but they only arranged for a portion of the population to enter Babylonia. Therefore, I'm positive that Huashu is still on Earth. Huashu definitely has enough computing power to activate this device, but Kowloon, does it really still exist? 30 years. You do not know for sure what happened in the past 30 years, but the red tide overflowing from the heterozone was already far beyond control before Lucia and you entered the tower. No one knows for sure if the people in Kowloon are still alive. Silence fills the room. Let's head toward Kowloon and take a look. I'd rather believe Kowloon is tougher than that. Pretty sure they figured out a way to stay safe, given that they chose to stay on Earth. Isn't that a bit risky? Risky? The warehouse door swings open, and bitter winds slice through the room like blades of snow. Vanessa turns her head with a smirk. Aren't we already taking risks with every breath we take in a world like this? Those of us who are still around are alive because we're the fittest. No? She considers for a moment before coming up with a plan. Call Discord back and have her stand by at the settlement. Emma and I will depart with the Grey Raven Commandant. Our frames are relatively new models, and besides, we can also boost our resistance to the punishing virus to some extent with a mind connection. It's been quite a while. You haven't forgotten how to establish mind connections with constructs, have you, Commandant? It's only been a few days. Of course not. That's good. After a quick resupply and arranging to meet Emma at the crossroads, Vanessa performs one final check of your equipment. The serum count seems off. Don't even think about saving serum for the injured. Combat supplies take priority. Take them with you. Vanessa forcefully stuffs the spare serum into your supply bag, before taking a step back. There. I never thought I'd end up standing next to you in this role. With a self-mocking laugh, she adjusts her sidearm. As per tradition, give your orders, Commandant. Oh, let's move out, Grey Raven. You quietly say their names in your heart. You know that you will be able to see those faces and say those names again one day. One day. Have faith. Believe. Solitary City. How long? Much earlier. It seems like any other day, and nothing seems out of the ordinary, neither good nor bad. On a day like this, where the people of Kowloon remain oblivious, disaster stirs like a snake emerging from the ashes, its forked tongue flickering with a hiss. The 2 chapters are just picking the sky up. Can't wait for Ishmael. I can't wait for that one too. Zisha. Under the brilliant night sky of Kowloon, a young girl stretches lazily. It's been a while since we last went on patrol together, Madame Poula. Has it? I go on patrol all the time, though. Right. It's just that we don't cross paths all that often. Huh? Zushu furrows her brow and hurries toward a malfunctioning mechanoid by the roadside. A sudden malfunction. Should I report this? Of course. With practiced efficiency, Pulau diagnoses the mechanoid's error data and uploads the information to her terminal. 57th malfunction report received. Chu frowns as she reviews the malfunction reports Huashu has printed. Are you done analyzing, Huashu? Data missing. Unable to provide detailed analysis. This makes 57 reports just for tonight. Can you trace the source of these malfunctions? Data missing. Unable to provide detailed analysis. She lowers the report in her hand, and gazes out the window. The lanterns start illuminating the city. Kowloon's night has only just begun. Huashu, what's the status of the Tabula Akasha? All sectors of the Tabula Akasha are currently operating normally. Surface barrier pressure remains stable. The punishing virus concentration exceeds normal levels by 25.69%, but remains within manageable parameters. Her gaze grows intense as if trying to pierce through the ground to see the Tabula Akasha buried deep below. Hurry, over here, quick! Blood and fire interweave. A crimson wave surges forth when least expected. The red tide, unstoppable even by the light wall, batters the outskirts of Kowloon endlessly. Zusha desperately pulls up a human caught in the red tide, but she is too late. The person has already stopped breathing. 3rd District, West Side. I need backup. Survivors located. Upon hearing the comms, Zusha quickly wipes her face and rushes to the next rescue point. Are the minds of the fallen soldiers and Kowloon residents uploaded? All minds of the fallen soldiers and residents have been uploaded according to the protocols of the Tabula Akasha. An additional 1,025 individuals are currently in the process of mind compilation and uploading. The casualty numbers have far exceeded what Ju has anticipated. Ensure the absolute safety of the Tabula Akasha's memory sectors. Right. She turns around to look at Huashu. Is this the day from the simulation? Ju stands before the towering wall of crimson data, her eyes darkened with contemplation. The source of the malfunction. Could it be those data reports with inconclusive analysis results? Data missing. Analysis of the 135th issue report received thus far indicates that 45.37% of the malfunctions are caused by the punishing virus. The 135 reports rapidly merge and split across the screen as lines of data are deconstructed and reassembled. What about the rest? Data missing, unable to provide detailed analysis. The female construct draws a deep breath. Open the lower compartments beneath the Tabula Akasha's inner circuit and evacuate civilians to these shelters. The punishing virus has mutated. Only 45.37% of it matches the original signature of the virus, while the rest remains unanalyzable. Suggesting its mutation stems from a realm beyond human comprehension. Also, no one wishes to witness such a terrible outcome, but Chu was already aware of this scenario a few days ago through Huashu's simulation. Prepared to receive all Kowloon civilians into the data layers of the Tabula Akasha. With a silent bow, the elderly Fushi crew fades away into the void. Time seems to fly by involuntarily as the red tide mutates at a speed beyond human comprehension. In just a few years, the punishing virus has mutated to a point where ordinary humans can barely resist it, forcing Kowloon's remaining population to continue migrating toward the far north. Lady Chu, Babylonia, has sent a comms request. Answer it. Celica's weary face appears in the comms feed. Let's skip the pleasantries. Babylonia can no longer contain the hetero zone on the surface. Babylonia is preparing to leave Earth's orbit. The cold mockery leaves Celica silent for a moment. Almost all of Babylonia's elite squads have fallen, and the 2 remaining Grey Ravens have made several attempts to re-enter the tower, but it has been completely sealed off. The punishing virus is totally out of hand now. As Celica speaks, a transport ship touches down with a rumble. Staff members rush into the newly landed vessel to tend to the critically wounded constructs and humans. Babylonia is preparing to leave Earth's orbit. All surviving humans and constructs on Earth have the right to enter Babylonia and depart with us. Celica lets out a silent sigh. Please send me your list of evacuees and transfer zones. Babylonia will dispatch transport ships to the designated locations. The operation codename would be Departure. The transport ships from Babylonia arrived and departed with over 100 Kowloon citizens and refugees from the conservation areas who had sought shelter in Kowloon. After watching the transport ships disappear into the distance, Chu turns to face the residents gathered below the platform. This is your last chance to leave. These old bones aren't going anywhere. The young bones aren't leaving either. Haha, there's an old saying in Kowloon. Fallen leaves return to the roots. Wherever our roots are, that's where we'll stay. Who knows what might happen in that shifty Babylonia? One wrong step, and boom, down you go. I'm not about to live up there when my feet can't touch the earth. The elder's words draw scattered chuckles from the crowd. That's right. Wherever Kowloon is, that's where we'll be. After years in exile, Kowloon has suffered heavy losses even with the protection of the Tabula Akasha. This once prosperous city-state has been reduced to the mere thousands gathering here. Chu stands on the elevated platform, gazing down at her people below. Lady Chu, what should we do now? As the one leading what is left of the Pulao crew, she knows all too well that nothing about this is simple. The seeds of our civilization have been preserved by Babylonia, and as for those who have chosen to stay, as long as this is their will, no one can force them to leave their homeland. They chose to stay, knowing exactly what's going to become of this place. Then I shall make certain they see the dawn of victory. The glory of Kowloon shall be eternally recorded in the Tabula Akasha, and the will of Kowloon shall be passed down here for all generations to come. Ashu. Prepare to receive the remaining civilians of Kowloon into the data layers of the Tabula Akasha. Can the Tabula Akasha continue to operate without maintenance? Naturally. The usually proud construct shows a rare smile. After comforting Pulao, Chu turns her gaze to the residents below the platform. I will ensure it continues to operate for as long as I am alive. These are the words she leaves unspoken. Having finished battling the grotesquely shaped hetero creatures, Chu leans against a stone pillar and gazes at the endless snowfall above, unable to remember how many days it has been since the battle began. Ashu, what's the status of the Tabula Akasha? All sectors of the Tabula Akasha are currently operating normally. Surface barrier pressure remains stable. The punishing virus concentration exceeds normal levels by 38.69%, but remains within manageable parameters. Her breath crystallizes into frost, carrying with it the heat of her overloaded body. How long has it been since I forcefully uploaded a defiant Pulao into the Tabula Akasha? Chu cannot help but wonder. It has been 1,825 days since the Tabula Akasha was completely sealed. Time sure flies. Time accumulates like ancient times in an old study. Even Chu, despite her constant vigilance, occasionally loses track of time. Do you feel lonely? Faint whispers hum in the air within the red tide. Why would I? Her long sword in hand, she answers the murmurs churning in the filth. Chu is weary, but her gaze remains as sharp as ever. The doors of the Tabula Akasha stay shut behind her, the rumble of its closing still ringing in her ears. The Empress locked both Calamities and herself outside the country's gates on that day, keeping her people safe. They're all inside. The people come first, the state second. Well, it's alright. It will make sense when you're older. Behind me is Kowloon, the land and people I have sworn to protect. With unwavering eyes and a clear mind, she faces the crimson tide before her. They have long abandoned you. The red tide churns and coalesces into twisted humanoid shapes. A scornful smile crosses Chu's lips as her blade cleaves through the air, cutting down several crimson shadows in a single sweep. It is the sovereign's divine duty to guard the gates to her land. What right have you to question the laws of Kowloon? Having repelled another assault of the mutated red tide, Chu wipes her long sword clean as she stands alone amidst the winds and snow. Behind her, the Tabula Akasha continues its eternal, peaceful operation, until the day her life comes to an end. It has been 4,772 days since the Tabula Akasha was sealed. Correction, it has been 4,775 days since the Tabula Akasha was sealed. The memories of those lost days remain hazy to her. Did the mutated red tide corrupt her memory module during one of the battles? Or did she spend those days in self-repair after sustaining heavy damage? As she channels power to repair her frame, her life detection radar, having been silent this entire time, suddenly comes alive. Life signals. 3 red dots appear on the radar. Ashu, run a new diagnostic on my frame. Diagnosis complete. Frame damage at 23.89%. No significant anomalies detected in the radar module. Gripping her longsword, Chu rises to her feet once more. In a world like this, no lifeform is truly harmless. She has driven away both mechanoids and humans who sought to claim the Tabula Akasha for themselves. Through the howling blizzard, she adjusts her blurry visual module to peer ahead. Is this it? Don't trust my positioning system? The snowfall intensifies, and through the haze, you make out some of the dilapidated buildings of Kowloon in a nearby valley. You have to put in a little effort to remove the frost that has formed on your goggles. You find it difficult to imagine anyone alive in a place like this. Step back. Before you reach the building, a piercing blade of light cleaves through the blizzard, carving a deep chasm in the ground before you and Vanessa. Chu? Advance with caution. That's impossible. As the howling wind gradually subsides, you see a familiar figure emerge from the thick blanket of snow, sword in hand. Grey Raven Commandant. Yes, that's right. Impossible. How did you make it out of that tower? Hoshu did perform simulations on alternative futures, but you couldn't have. Her eyes filled with suspicion, Chu suddenly flicks her longsword and points its tip directly at your throat. Huh. So this is the Red Tide's latest trick. I really don't want to explain it again. Vanessa deflects Chu's longsword with visible irritation on her face. This is the Grey Raven Commandant Usabeni. We made contact with the Commandant about a month ago in an abandoned town along the ARU. I don't know if your frame still works, but you should at least be able to tell that this one and I are genuine constructs. Chu lowers her offensive stance as she studies the three of you with caution. She can indeed confirm that Vanessa and Emma, whom she has met before, are actually constructs, but you. I have simulated all sorts of futures using Hwashu's power while guarding this place, but in every single one of them, you weren't there, Usabeni. Show me that you are you, and not just an illusion the Red Tide came up with. The Red Tide can't replicate my appearance. Based on what you have learned from Luna, Vanessa, and Cervantes, you have easily reached this conclusion. It may have to do with the unfathomable secret in you that mystified even Vonnegut, or perhaps the fact that you never truly dissolved into the Red Tide. Either way, it can never turn into an illusion with your face. Have you seen me in the Red Tide in the last 30 years? Never mind the illusions. Vanessa and Emma wouldn't have trusted an imposter. What does anyone stand to gain from impersonating some commandant from 30 years ago? True. I don't see how anyone would stand to gain anything. Though sheathed, her longsword remains positioned for a quick draw. A hint of caution still lingers in her eyes. Time flows like a fleeting shadow. 30 years have passed, and she cannot be certain that the person before her is the same person she used to know. But she knows that she has to protect her people. Noticing Chu's continued vigilance, you step back with Vanessa, a gesture to show the three of you mean no harm. As the tension eases, you take this chance to ask about Hwashu's simulations Chu mentioned earlier. You said Hwashu did some simulations on the future. Yes, shortly after your disappearance. Babylonia informed me of your entry into the Hetero Tower and that you and Lucia never showed up on the day you were scheduled to be picked up. Everyone knew you and Lucia had gone missing. Sensing something was wrong, I began new simulations with Hwashu. The results were absolute. No matter how many variables I added, there was only one outcome regarding you. You never made it out of that tower in all those simulations. That is the same outcome Luna ended up with using the Ascension Network. If it were not for Lucia, you might not have made it out alive. My presence here now is the greatest variable of all. Indeed, your escape from the Hetero Tower suggests a possible singularity, a deviation from the predicted path. Tell me then, what brings you here? Snow falls heavily as the sovereign of Kowloon stands before all she protects. Though her subjects are nowhere to be seen, she maintains the composure of one who holds destiny in her grasp. Fill her in on what's happened. Sorry, I was just taking a drink of water. With Emma's help, you find a sheltered corner away from the wind, where you recount everything to Chu in detail. Everything that happened in the Hetero Tower, the mechanoid you ran into after you made it out, the full sensory simulation device Nanami left behind, how you need Hua Shu's computing power to contact this unknown Nanami. That's interesting. I never saw these mechanoids you mentioned in any of Hua Shu's simulations either. After a moment of thought, she summons Hua Shu. How much computing power do you need to keep the Tabula Akasha running at full capacity? 35.18%. Hydration check. Dialogue just gets longer from here. Yup. Reserve 40% and allocate all remaining computing power to the full sensory simulation device. With Chu's silent approval, Emma quickly leaves and returns in a rescue vehicle with Rosa and Cervantes. They bring the full sensory simulation device with them and quickly start recalibrating it. During this time, you finally get a chance to voice your questions to Chu, who stands before the door with her sword held close. Chu, what happened to all the humans in Kowloon? Did the rest of Kowloon leave with Babylonia? The rest of us are all here. In the Tabula Akasha. Be bright, aren't you? After a moment of silence, Chu turns to look at you. Perhaps there's just no way we'll truly be able to see what fate has in store for us. Fate? I factored in countless variables, even my personal entry into the tower, yet none of my simulations could predict you standing before me now. Life has taught me never to place my hopes on anyone but myself, and yet... She stands alone, her expression as cold and distant as the winter frost. Do make it count. Alright, it's good to go. Right then, Rosa calls out your name. Commandant, our test is complete. The device should be safe based on the theoretical results we've derived from Aswell's notes. Except I couldn't enter the connections established by the simulation device. It requires a specific mind beacon, so I cannot verify the validity of our results. It's good enough. Then, should we establish the connection now? Wait a moment. Why the wait a moment? That's interesting. I wonder if that leads to more dialogue stuff. I'm gonna select wait a moment. I'm curious. You have complete faith in Aswell's notes, but you cannot be sure if this is going to work. Given that Nanami is lost in what Cervantes called the chaos of the simulations, will you really be able to reach her? With complications piling up one after another, you do not know if you will be able to bring back the singularity, the variables, and hope. Unprecedented anxiety grips you by the throat, leaving the taste of iron and blood lingering in your mouth. Don't play the Messiah. I've said it before. Humanity doesn't need another savior. Vanessa has made her way to your side without you even noticing it. Even if we fail, we'll still find a way to carry on. We've managed without you for this long, and we'll live on just fine without you if we have to. Thanks. Not. Go on then. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. I'll wait right here. Don't worry, I'll be the first thing you see when you open your eyes. And if you can't open your eyes, I'll just drag you to the hills and bury you. Hey, I'm kidding. Don't look at me like that. Or we could just give up now. Head straight back to the settlement. We might even make it in time for dinner. You have come too far to call it quits now. Not to mention Lucia is still waiting for you in the distant past. I'm ready. Establish connection. As the thick curtain of night falls, a pink-haired construct in an immaculate cloak materializes in the wilderness, where ravenous winds whip through the merciless snow. Damn, I haven't heard narwhal in this game for a long while. Her tall figure phases in and out of space as she toys with the two dice in her palm. The crystalline clicks echoing through the air. Lucibeni, making the same choice again, are you? Or Or are you going to provide a different answer? Let's wait and see if things turn out differently this time. Her quivering hood obscures her smile as she tugs at her cloak and turns to leave. Apocalypse Voyage. Node number 7. Your mind burns into the darkness as your consciousness rots away. Every cell in you seems to be breaking apart and reconstructing itself. Mottled colors fill your vision. Time means nothing to you anymore, until a voice pulls your mind from the bottomless abyss. Be careful now, the star. The star. You cannot even be sure if your eyes are open, but you seem to hear Huashu's voice drifting in and out as it travels across the distance to reach you. Anomaly detected. Anomaly. Anomaly in memory storage. Illegal access. Unable to. If you fall, Aya is going to tease you about it. Huashu falls completely silent. Huashu? A hazy light appears before your eyes. What is this place? Alec. Oh, cute. A little girl with strange goggles crashes hard onto the ground. Erg. Yikes, that must hurt. The gray-haired girl quickly helps the little girl up from the ground. I told you this wouldn't be a good place to move around, the star. Nanami? Is this place Nanami's memory storage module? Is the full sensory simulation device connected you to Nanami's memories? Nanami! Nanami! Shout with all might! Nanami! Nanami and the mechanoid are right before your eyes, and yet your voice cannot seem to reach them, no matter how hard you shout. It is as if you were covered by a heavy, transparent veil. Alright, we're going to head back home now with our comrades here. Nanami squints her eyes playfully as she checks off items in an imaginary notebook. Alright, let's go. Time for us to head back to the Church of Machina. She raises her arms high while riding on power, looking like a little general returning from victory. Nanami! Again, your shout falls on deaf ears. Quickly recall the clues from before your departure. From what you recall, Cervantes did mention this situation. The last thing I heard from the starship was that Sage attempted to continue her search for humanity's salvation through simulations after leaving Earth, but she vanished into the space-time turbulence. No one knows where she went. If our hypothesis is correct, and you manage to contact Sage through the full sensory simulation device, your consciousness might become lost with her in the space-time turbulence. Sage has experienced many extraordinary encounters, and I can't be certain which point in time you might find her. It could take a while before you discover the singularity that can wake her up. This might be a long journey. There's no doubt that this is going to be a long journey. Beep beep, Nanami's back. Power enters the Church of Machina like a small tornado with its master. The grand hall, usually filled with the clicking and whirring of machines, is unusually quiet. A handful of semi-awakened machines slouch listlessly in the corners. Why are we all looking like this? Come on, Nanami's back. Welcome back, Sage. Arcana hurries out from the corner on the other corridor on the other side. Where did everyone go? I'm not seeing anyone here. They've all gone out on urgent missions to retrieve or contact our comrades that are scattered across the world. Not long ago, the Grey Tower detected that the liquid called the Red Tide around the Hetero Tower had begun to mutate. In the past, the Red Tide could not harm mechanoids unless there was direct contact, but since its mutation, it's been actively devouring semi-awakened machines. Red Tide. Mutation. Furrowing her brow, Nanami searches through her mind for these two keywords. Among all the worlds she has seen, she wonders if there was ever an ending like this. Sage, have you heard anything from Babylonia? Nope. I haven't read anything from them yet. The gray-haired girl opens her terminal and makes an exaggerated show of filtering through messages from Babylonia. The Grey Raven Commandant and Lucia haven't made it out of the Hetero Tower. It's been 1,825 days since they entered the tower, and we haven't heard from them since. I think it's safe to say they're lost in there. Xavier theorizes that the mutated red tide might be related to the Hetero Tower, but we haven't figured out the exact composition of this mutation. Oh my, I had no idea it's been so long since they went in. Nanami was wondering why she hadn't seen Commandant for so long. I thought Commandant had forgotten about me. Had not forgotten. Did someone just say something? No, Sage. How is your frame, by the way? It's holding up just fine. Nanami's frame is the toughest of them all. You haven't been searching around the Hetero Tower, have you? Nanami glances around nervously before darting into Xavier's magic workshop. Regardless, Sage, we have to make a decision now. Arcana follows right behind Nanami, refusing to let her dodge the subject. It's been a while since the Grey Raven Commandant went missing, and the mutated red tide now threatens the safety of the mechanoids. Hold on 1 second. Let Nanami just quickly finish this thing here. Nanami pouts as she mumbles to herself and rummages through drawers and cabinets in search of something. Sage, we're out of time. She shakes her head, somewhat frustrated. I can hear it. Calamity is approaching, change is imminent, and the world has fallen into a deep slumber. Before that happens, we must be prepared. The Great Tower is ready to depart at any time, and Xavier already has all the starship modification materials ready. Nanami remembers leaving that thing somewhere around here. Nanami pays no attention to Arcana's words as she continues to search. This isn't a problem we can solve by avoiding it, Sage. In this calamity, mechanoids and humans cannot coexist. Who says Nanami is avoiding anything? I'm not avoiding anything. Arcana lets out a soft sigh. Wheel of Fortune has betrayed the Church of Machina and taken with him a group of awakened and semi-awakened mechanoids. This is the second piece of news I wanted to share with you. The changes brought by the mutated red tide spell trouble for the Church of Machina. Some mechanoids firmly believe that humans are to blame for all these unfortunate changes, that humans have polluted this world, invaded this world, made this world worse. Isn't it obvious? His joints click and clatter as he fidgets with the components. Ever since he fled the Church of Machina with the Emperor, his life has clearly taken a turn for the worse. No one would spare him any fuel, let alone maintain his frame for free. Wheel of Fortune, Sage has yet to hold you accountable for taking Schulz away. Why hold me accountable? If Schulz's desire to claim Aerospace City for our mechanical brethren counts as a crime, I can't think of a more beautiful way to describe him. Our time has come, Arcana. Mother. Hand over Schulz, and Sage might just pardon you. You're mistaken, Mother. I didn't come back seeking anyone's forgiveness. I simply believe all our comrades have the right to know the truth. And the truth is, Earth should be ours now. The era of machines has come. We shall purge humanity, claim Earth for ourselves, and we will fight off the punishing virus. We shall become the new dominant species of Earth. That's not what Sage taught us. For a moment, yeah, no problem. Sage taught us that we should live in harmony with humans. I, Wheel of Fortune, am also an apostle of Sage's mechanical will. My comrade, if we could offer the entire world to Sage, why should we confine ourselves to this petty Church of Machina? Nanami doesn't care about ruling the world. Nanami puffs up her cheeks and puts her hands on her hips. So Wheel of Fortune only managed to take away a small portion of the gears. Most of the remaining mechanoids still hold your will as supreme. Nanami frowns and pouts. Schulz is a bad guy, but I really don't know what to do about them. We can punish Zero for letting Schulz and Wheel of Fortune escape by temporarily restricting her to the Church of Machina, but Wheel of Fortune and Schulz. Arcana rarely sees Nanami so troubled. She truly does not know how to deal with these wayward brethren. Attempting to destroy Schulz's core consciousness was already a drastic measure for her, but can a mechanoid's consciousness really be destroyed that easily? Jules' core being is essentially just a string of code, and no one knows how many copies he has made of himself. Theoretically, he could be hiding anywhere in the data flow. Ugh. She lets out another heavy sigh. Even without Arcana pointing it out, she has already noticed signs of something going wrong. The air around her is twisting. The girl's body descends into infinite darkness and is almost about to dissolve. She slowly reaches out her hand, and the magnetic pull grows steadily stronger. The countdown begins to tick quietly. There's no time left to waste. Once awakened machines develop their own consciousness, the Church of Machina becomes powerless to stop their actions. If this continues, Schulz and Wheel of Fortune will not be the last mechanoids to leave the Church of Machina. Looking from their perspective, are they truly wrong? Nanami finds herself unable to judge. But one thing she knows for certain. She recalls the future she saw during the Gestalt simulation, a world of darkness and depravity, of deathly frost, where mechanoids wage never-ending wars, consuming every inch of land beneath them. Nanami doesn't want a future like that. Nanami digs deep into Xavier's magic workshop and retrieves a crude blueprint. He holds it up to the light and squints at the design she completed long ago. Where's Xavier? He said he needed to retrieve something important from an abandoned warehouse nearby. Any news about what I asked him to make? He mentioned it was in the laboratory before he left. The calibration is complete and good for use anytime. Is that Sage's new frame? Of course. This is the most powerful frame I've ever come up with for myself. After rummaging through every corner, Nanami finds the incubation pod housing a construct. She draws back the curtain covering the glass window, lost in thought. What a unique frame. Arcana follows closely behind and sees Nanami lying motionless in the incubation pod. Of course, Nanami put a lot of work into it. I thought Sage would come up with something more mature. No. Nanami wouldn't want that. The memory of a girl with silver gray hair surfaces in Nanami's mind. She shakes her head repeatedly, seemingly trying to cast that spectral figure out of her mind. I've changed my mind. Nanami doesn't want to be the big sister anymore. I just want to stay here on Earth and live together with Commandant and all these people. But we're running out of time. In the hall, several semi-awakened mechanical children play together, blissfully ignorant. Regardless of what happens next, she should first lead her kin away from the looming danger. This is the responsibility she must bear as Sage Machina. As for Babylonia and the Grey Raven Commandant, I went to check the area shortly after Commandant and Lucia entered the tower. A knowing look crosses Arcana's face. Of course I had to check it out. I had to make sure that huge thing wouldn't become a threat to our kind. When I got there, the tower was completely sealed off. There is no way Nanami or the other Grey Ravens can make it in there if the tower is still sealed. And we won't be able to find the Commandant even if we force our way in. I've tried that already. The new frame was designed to see if we can break through that barrier, but now it seems that even if we forced our way in, we still wouldn't be able to find the Commandant. Plus your current frame is severely damaged from when you forced your way into that tower. Hey, it's not just the hetero tower. I made the frame for a different purpose anyway. Nanami made it for smoother simulations in the data space, but none of that matters now. What matters is, we're running out of time. She frowns, feeling the pull of the gravity tugging at her. Time is truly running out, for both mechanoids and humans alike. Sage! Sage! Mother! Mother! The star. What's wrong? Arcana patiently kneels down to comfort the frightened mechanoid. It's out there. It's out there. This strange red wave is flooding in. Aya told me to hurry and find Sage. The expressions on the star's masks change rapidly as she sobs uncontrollably. Aya says the red wave broke through the Great Tower's defenses. She says that the protective barriers in place seem to have failed. The red wave might be getting stronger now than it was before. The red wave has already flooded into our hide-and-seek spot in the outer layer of the Great Tower. The mutated red tide has breached the ruins. says Arcana with a furrow. This is bad. Pikemark, Trailblazer, and Zero have all left to rescue our comrades nearby. Hey, you've still got me here. With practiced movements, she connects each port from the incubation pod to her frame, one by one. Let's show them what this new frame is made of. The Star, take your friends out there with Aya to our secret hideout. Okay. This might be too hasty. Xavier isn't even here. Have faith in your great sage. Nanami is pretty amazing. After activating the incubation pod's button, Nanami gives Power a cheerful pat, her eyes crinkling with a smile. See you later, Power. Here comes Nanami the Knight. The water. Alrighty. This one's the first one with the stage achievement requirement. And I have a guide open on the side here too. It says, follow as indicated in the game until you defeat enemies for the second time. Go behind the bus, rescue the medic bot, finish mission. Gotcha. So the second time, eh? Outskirts of the Great Tower. As the mutated Red Titus assaults the outer defense of the Great Tower, Aya the medical bot sprints towards the Church of Machina, its tiny mechanical legs scurrying frantically as it carries a wailing, semi-awakened mechanoid on its back. Following Nanami's orders to return and gather her friends, the Star feels flustered. She stammers in response to her friend's calls. Got it. Aya, this way. Erg, erg. The Star's enhanced visual module whirs to life in her goggles as it scans intently for a shorter path. Sage is on her ways to saving us now. Erg, erg. Stupid Aya, the right way's here. Oog. The Star's optical guidance proves faulty as a towering wall suddenly looms before them. Oh, no. Erg. I know I screwed up. Sage, there's a path this way. Ta-da! Now this is how Nanami makes an entrance. Sage! Don't worry, Nanami is here to save the day. Oh.
2154号侦察型机器人行动受限，请求援助。
Rescue.
谢谢你帮助2154号。注意，检测到异常生命体活动迹象。
怎么是这个样子？不重要，让骑士送你们回红潮。よーく見ててね。呀吼！呀哒！
Oh, let's
你
wait.
好，小珍。
Reki?
你好，这里是2154号侦察型机器人。
小珍，附近还有其他被困的同胞吗？
检测到生命迹象，请跟上2154号。
居然被挡住了。看切实的。嘿，搞定。救命
3274号战斗型机器人，开启作战模式。
是空中花园来救我们了吗？
Not Babylonia.
是切实来救你们啦。不过，好像理解成空中花园也不是不可以哦。哎，这里的红潮为什么这么汹涌？好可怕哦！
是因为一个白色的人，他一来，红潮就变了。
White from head to toe.
那个家伙来了，又不知道因为什么离开了，不然我们恐怕活不到现在。
白色的人出现在红潮里。
请注意，请注意，检测到异常生命体活动迹象。
4828号医疗型机
It
器
was
人。
part of the
感谢你
as
的
part of the story anyway.
小问题，不用客气。你要跟我一起去机械教会吗？要去的话就跟上来吧。糟糕，还是来晚了，不太对劲啊！这样的演化，不像是那个家伙还在红潮的状态。难，
Oh, she mentioned Cradle. Phew. Thank goodness Hikma... Yeah, Hikma made it back in time. No way I could have saved all these people otherwise. It's just a shame we lost some supplies while we were at it. If Sage hadn't made the quick decision to switch frames, the red tide would have flooded this area by the time Trailblazer and I made it back. And those humans over there. She turns to look at the humans huddled in the corner who are trembling in fear. They were residents of the nearby conservation area before the red tide flooded it. Chased by the red sludge, they fled to the nearby ruins. Humans shouldn't be here. These people should have died instead. We should have thrown them into that red sludge when we could. If it weren't for these humans, we could have saved more of our own kind. If we had just ignored these people and gone straight to save ours. Mommy. Among the quietly huddled crowd, a little girl bursts into tears, terrified by the imposing mechanoid before her. There, it's okay. The hooded girl, clearly too young to be the child's mother, holds the little girl tightly in her arms. Trailblazer, stop it. Hikma stares at Trailblazer, who just lashed out at the humans with a serious look. It's okay, little one. Nanami kneels down and gently pats the little girl's head. Hey, check this out. She opens her palm to reveal a tiny speck of light hidden within. The speck of light expands, forming two tiny stars that dance through the air. Huh? Distracted, the little girl sniffles and carefully watches the stars in Nanami's hand. Alright, this one's for you. The tiny star transforms into a hair clip and finds its place in the little girl's hair. And this one is for you, Laser. The now obviously enlarged and tiny star bonks heavily against Laser's head as Nanami makes her declaration. There we go. Laser, mechanoids and humans should get along. Don't you bully humans. Trailblazer flares up again, having spun a few rounds. It's all because of that weirdo in the red sludge. I could have brought our people back, but there was nothing I could do when the red sludge got the two of them. Come out. Fight me to the death, you freak. Did you just say you saw some weirdo in the red tide? That's scary. Erg. The Church of Machina erupts into chaos and is now awash in wailing and cursing. Sage, are you really sure about this? He does not know if humans and mechanoids can truly coexist in peace. It's gonna be okay. Hey, let go of that human. In an instant, some conflict breaks out and another mechanoid lifts up a screaming human high into the air. The coexistence between humans and mechanoids is not as simple as she previously imagined. In this short period alone, friction between mechanoids and humans has resulted in 15.5 incidents, with that extra 0.5 being... Phew, good thing I made it here before they started fighting. Sage. This goes on. Are things really going to be okay? The Church of Machina has never taken in humans before. Things should work out eventually, right? Nanami gets along great with the Commandant. Commandant never gets angry at Nanami. Everything's gonna be fine. Anyway, let's leave them be for the time being. Nanami hums an unfamiliar tune as she walks towards Xavier's magic workshop. Dash 9. Blended Worlds. Xavier's Magic Workshop. Mechanoids line up obediently, waiting to be checked by Xavier, while Nanami hums a tune nearby as she plasters a new frame with all sorts of random stickers. All done. Everything's working fine. Next time I'll probably get a new electron beam cannon. Hey there, the star. Didn't see you there. Are you sure you don't want the new laser visor? It's Xavier's latest special model. Laser visor? Erg. Oh, come on, don't be mad. It's fine if you don't want it. Look, it's just a tiny bit of corruption residue. Nothing a quick cleanup won't fix. And, Cervantes, I see you're hurt. It's perfect. I've been wanting to modify your weapons system for ages. I'm not hurt. I'm here to see Sage. Like a ghost, the silver-haired mechanoid stands at the back of the line. Cervantes? I'm back. Yes, Sage. I headed back to the Church of Machina right after hearing from Arcana. How are things out there now? Not good. We haven't figured out the composition of the Red Tide, and I saw streams of them corrupting every piece of land they touched on my way here. Oh, that's terrible news. But things aren't different down south. I saw the same red mug everywhere I went. The Red Tide this time is different from how it was before, in that it actually devours everything around it. Ugh. The workshop door creaks softly as Hikma and Arcana enter. Hikma, how are the humans doing? They're temporarily housed on the other side of the church. The mechanoids don't have clearance to approach them. According to the humans, the mutated Red Tide has almost completely taken over the outer ruins. Looks like this place isn't safe anymore either. All the mechanoids' gazes converge on Nanami. If it's not safe here, we might as well find somewhere else to stay for now. I spent some time near the ARU before. The concentration of the punishing virus there isn't very high. Hey, let's just move the entire Church of Machina. Nanami's eyes sparkle with excitement as she clenches her fist and hops off the table. Arcana told me you've got all the starship modification materials ready. How's that coming along? Of course. All good to go. I can take over Shul's role in reconstructing the Great Towers program with Cervantes and Hikma's help. That should do it. Let's take the Church of Machina with us. Alright, now for Xavier to shine. Following Nanami's command, all mechanoids spring into action and file out of the workshop. After a prolonged period of fighting and devastation from the virus, the awakened machines have gradually received revelations from Sage. Slowly, they gather together, acting in secret on Earth as the Church of Machina. Sage Machina will return to the Church, guiding us away from this broken Earth to the end of stars. Sage Machina will obtain the key to the punishing virus and enter the door it opens. Back then, the mechanoids used an abandoned starship as the foundation and gradually built upon it, until it became the Church of Machina today. Under Xavier's direction, the core structure of the Church of Machina was methodically, I always have trouble saying that, methodically transformed into a flying fortress. The mutated Red Tide appears to have ceased its active invasions. According to data collected around the Church of Machina, they have become significantly less aggressive lately. Our brethren have witnessed a humanoid girl rising from within the Red Tide. Well, Sage? I'm listening. Nanami hunches over her terminal as she types away. Nanami? Only when she hears displeasure in Arcana's voice does Nanami lift her head from behind her notebook, her pen between her teeth. Seeing how distracted Nanami clearly is, Arcana decides to put away the data report altogether. It's about those humans, isn't it? The situation on Earth grows more dire by the day, Sage. Humans wage endless wars and seize resources without restraint. Sooner or later, they will come into conflict with mechanoids. Keeping these humans here isn't a wise decision. When the starship construction began, Nanami told the human refugees at the church that they would help those who wished to leave to contact the nearest conservation area. Those who wanted to stay could remain and help with the construction. Some humans, fearful of mechanoids, chose to leave, while others decided to stay. In a world like this, life would be the same no matter where they went. They didn't want to risk another arduous journey to yet another safe zone. I was just thinking about ways to make life more comfortable for humans aboard the starship. Nanami stares at the screen with a distant look in her eyes. Why do you insist on treating humans this way? A common enemy can unite former foes for a while, but we can't expect an alliance like this to last forever. That's not true, Arcana. Struck by an idea, Nanami quickly jots something down in her notebook. Are you sure all of this will stop disasters from hitting us? Don't keep asking questions like that, Arcana. You can ask me that same question as many times as you want, but my answer will always be the same. Hey, I'm just going to leave this barrel right here. Be careful with that. Premium hydraulic oil is hard to come by. Who cares about your... Hey, watch it. Watch out, get back. I'm sorry. What's wrong now, Laser? Didn't Sage just tell you the other day to be nice to humans? Be nice? They've already taken a quarter of our people's living space and are clearly looking to grab even more. Washing those filthy rags, making campfires. Campfires! What's the point of having something that can burn you around? Hey, humans need that to survive, right? Why should I care? All that water trickling everywhere has already made so many of our little ones rust. Sorry, we didn't mean to. Trailblazer ignores her and quickly walks away, breaking a cart of materials. Forget it. This isn't going anywhere. Hey, human over there. Could you help deliver this cart to the star? She's inside the church, reinforcing the interior partitions. No problem. Leave it to me. Why can't y'all be like Xavier, man? Inside the church, the Star and Aya are working with several semi-awakened machines to move some partition panels. Hello, the Star? Xavier asked me to bring these over. Oh, okay, alright. Can you leave them over there? The Star, I was just thinking. Erg. The medic bot crashes in from the side, aggressively forcing the Star and the hooded girl apart. Aya, don't be rude. Sorry, Aya didn't mean it. Erg. It's okay, Sorry, I'm kind of allergic to humans. Excuse me, is this distance okay? Can I help you? Could you take me to see your leader? It's about some recent tensions between humans and the mechanoids. They all chose me to help them get in touch with your leader. Our leader? Oh, you mean Sage, right? Well, then you probably have to keep a good distance from me. Keeping a considerably safe distance, Star sniffles and pitter-patters up to the cabin upstairs. Knock, knock. Come in. Sage? Having clearly exhausted all her courage in guiding the human girl here, the Star, with tears in her eyes, scurries behind Nanami for protection. I apologize for the intrusion, but I was hoping to meet the owner of this starship. Strictly speaking, I'm not the owner, but what can I help you with? I'm here to apologize. Apologize? For what? I mean, we understand that as humans, we might be causing mechanoids to feel uncomfortable in many ways. For instance, some water droplets from our laundry fell onto passing mechanoids just the other day, and their joints started to rust without immediate maintenance. I did urge the others to leave the starship when they need to use water, but I'm sure there are more issues than meets the eye. And some people don't even treat Aya as their equal. They just order Aya around without so much as a thank you. I'm sorry, but many of them still don't understand what mechanoids really are. Do allow me to apologize to Aya on their behalf. The human girl bows deeply to the small mechanoid. We escaped from the conservation area closest to the mutated red tide. Most of us are elderly and children, while the able-bodied adults have left, which has left just a few of us to take care of them. After some minor conflicts, our leader gathered all the able-bodied adults and claimed they couldn't coexist with these strange-looking mechanoids. They left this place, and they left all the injured, elderly, and children behind too. We'll try not to be too much trouble, but the elderly and the kids, they can't endure any more hardship. He turns around and bows deeply to Nanami once again. Thank you for taking us in. I came here to apologize. If there's anything we can help with, please let me know and I'll make the arrangements. Hey, we're totally cool. Nanami honestly didn't expect things to turn out this way. Mechanoids and humans are different by nature. It would have been strange had they gotten along right off the bat. If you have any concerns later on, you can come to me or Hikma. Oh look, there she is. Hikma. A hooded female mechanoid quietly enters from behind the door. Thank you. The human girl, who has been tense all this time, finally breathes a sigh of relief. Also, this is for you, from Casey. The human girl reaches into her pocket and takes out a small, gleaming stone, apparently having gone through intense polishing. Casey. Casey is the little girl you helped before. She wanted to give you her star. She spent a long time polishing it just to make it right. Whoa, please do thank her for me. Boop. Nanami happily accepts this small but precious gift. I'll take my leave then. My name is Berna, and please feel free to come to me if you need anything. Berna bows to Nanami one last time before leaving the room. See? That's why. You can ask me why I treat humanity this way as many times as you want, but my answer will always be the same. Nanami was born from love, so it only makes sense to me to give that love back to humanity. I don't understand complicated philosophies. Nanami's way of thinking is simple. I'll be kind to those who are kind to me. Humans have warred with humans, and mechanoids will have conflicts with mechanoids. Does that mean we should eliminate those who might disagree with us just because conflicts might arise in the future? It's the same now. Nanami won't stop helping humans just because there might be wars in the future, and Nanami won't give up on the hope we have now just because disasters might come later. Nanami will lead the mechanoid brethren through this catastrophe. And Nanami, I, won't give up on saving Commandant, Nanami, or finding a new singularity. Aww. The central screen bathes the room in a soft ethereal glow as Nanami presses the final key. Well done. Finished reconstructing the Great Tower's control system. Oh, and I took the liberty of cleaning out those backdoor shoals left behind. You're welcome. Nanami is a real protagonist. She casually picks up the starship's blueprints and resumes her scribbling of notes and sketches. Amidst the bustling commotion, the starship gradually takes shape. Though minor friction between humans and mechanoids persists, everything seems to be going in a positive direction. Outside the starship, Xavier directs a group of humans and mechanoids as they work together to raise a set of pillars. Raise. By the window sits Nanami, wearing an unusually dejected expression on her face. Sage. Nanami? Detecting emotional fluctuations in Nanami's readings. Alright. I'm feeling a little upset. You never wanted to leave Earth. Now. Why did you start overseeing the starship's construction? And why are you now installing space-worthy materials to it? With her smile quietly disappearing, Nanami now looks obviously dejected. Nanami never wanted to build the starship, and Nanami never wanted to lead our people away from Earth. But her finger traces lightly across the porthole. Outside, Xavier gestures enthusiastically as he directs the work with Spooner, who has finally returned to help with the starship's construction. And I can see them too. The mutated red tide has bred a new will. The girl rising from the red tide. I believe you mentioned her before. Cradle, if my memory serves me correctly. No, not her. This one? Can't even be sure if it's really something born out of the red tide. Oh. Chaos. I first saw her near the Hetero Tower. I suspect she might have escaped from there, but when I looked into the future, I tried to focus my predictions around Commandant, but I couldn't see anything more. Never have I seen this will. I've never encountered her. Countless absurd futures intertwine, mocking her powerlessness. Something must have happened to Commandant, Nanami. But Nanami, doesn't know how to help Commandant, Nanami. Starfarer's frame was almost completely wrecked. She went through the bizarre tower again and again, but never found traces of the Commandant. Upon returning to the Church of Machina, she saw that the mutated red tide had nearly submerged all the surrounding land. With no choice left, she decided to modify the starship, hoping to at least evacuate everyone from this dangerous place. Gravity grows stronger as the countdown keeps ticking away. Nanami doesn't want to leave Earth, but what else can Nanami do? She furrows her brow in confusion. Unable to calculate an answer, Hakma quietly places her hand on Nanami's shoulder. What if we eliminate that will within the red tide? You've set out many times to chase the red tide. Have you found that will? No, not yet. She always seems to be in a daze and just move with the ebb and flow of the mutated red tide. Sometimes she vanishes without a trace, and sometimes she unconsciously follows the mutated red tide as it invades the conservation areas around. According to previous analysis, the red tide devours humans and mechanoids for sustenance. Would your actions be interpreted by that will as a declaration of war against her? I'm worried about your safety. There's nothing to worry about, Haikma. Nanami nimbly hops off the window and lands before Haikma. That is when Haikma notices that Nanami seems to have grown a few centimeters taller. There is a momentary pause in Haikma's programming. She knows well that all of this happened gradually through frame iterations. She even witnessed Nanami's frame modifications in their entirety, but she still cannot shake this strange feeling. When did Nanami grow so tall? Nanami is invincible. Don't worry and don't be afraid of what's happening. The mechanoids will be fine, and so will the humans. The night will clear away everything that stands in the way. The dragon will be defeated, and everything that belongs to us will eventually come back to us. Nanami might not know what to do now, but Nanami is not a kid anymore. I know I'll definitely be able to figure something out. She awkwardly pats Haikma on the shoulder. This is meant to be a comforting gesture. Thanks to Xavier's long-term secret modifications to the Church of Machina's internal systems, starting up the starship takes less time than previously thought. Hey, humans, step back. These materials are corrosive. Humans can't touch them. Let me handle this. Oh, is that so? I missed this morning's safety briefing. Thanks for looking out for me. Without refusing the human's gratitude, Trailblazer hoists up the materials from the ground and strides away with a swagger. Erg. Hey, Trailblazer, you're stepping on Aya. What's she doing here? Oh, Xavier's calling me. I'll just drop these materials off with him and be right back. No. This was Aya's favorite part. Xavier's too busy to help these days. May I help? Huh? Wait, what? I've been teaching myself mechanical maintenance lately. Maybe I could give it a try. With lingering doubt, the star takes a few steps back. She watches as Berna pulls out tools from her pocket and begins tinkering away. Erg. It's actually fixed. Erg. As long as Aya's happy. Thank you, Berna. Don't mention it. If you need anything else, feel free to ask me anytime. As the starship's reconstruction nears completion, Nanami makes several trips outside to rescue numerous mechanoids and wandering humans who are approaching their coordinates. Perhaps drawn by the growing concentration of life forms nearby, the mutated red tide surges forth, gradually closing in on their position. She frowns, sensing the flow of energy beyond the porthole. Concentration of punishing virus. Something's off. The Crimson Girl slowly opens her eyes in a city the red tide has corrupted. Oh boy. Chaos. Shatter all illusions. Okay, the requirement for this one is simple. It just says, destroy all 3 of Chaos's illusions. Alrighty. So this is where you've been. Found you. She has already devoured several nearby supply warehouses. Trailblazer has seen her before, but she seems completely incapable of communication. No worries, leave it to Nanami. Banger! When Nanami is done adjusting her equipment, the tiny stars on her shield start shining brightly. Yeah, crossing eternity is great. The mutated red tide started changing near the Hetero Tower and spawned this weird creature. I'm sure she knows something about Commandant. Nanami's eyes sparkle with burning determination. Commandant, wait for Nanami. Nanami is coming for you. Nanami, wait for me. I is coming for you. Nanami is coming. She is a true knight, charging headlong into unknown dangers without ever looking back. In an abandoned city consumed by the red tide, strange white ripples intermingle with crimson waves, carrying a petite girl aloft. Kairos. Chaos. Her eyes are vacant as she stares straight ahead, like a soulless doll, acting only on instinct. Devour, absorb, they need more. More, whispers the red tide. Usabeni. She has no idea what this name means, nor what it represents. What is this? Punishing red tide.
是红潮里白色的人？喂，你是谁？大起大啦！嘿，这些叶核生物有些奇怪。哎，那个白色的人去哪里了？啊，在那里！不要跑，其实有问题要问你。嘿，居然骗其实！嘿，一定要追到你！
There we go.
嘿，呀呀！好大的山洞！喂，又是这些讨厌的家伙！哼，其实不喜欢你们。呀吼！
Ew, it's just like a red. It's like a giant red blob. It's a red slime.
"痕迹消失了，哼，居然躲在这里！嘿，呀吼！トラブル！嘿，楽勝楽勝！这次你可逃不掉了，看你这次还能跑到哪里？告诉我，是不是从异巨塔里出来的？
Ha! You've got nowhere left to run. Under Nanami's relentless assault, the doll-like girl is driven into the farthest corner. Strange colors flicker through her hollow eyes as conflicting emotions cross her face. Did you come from the Hetero Tower? Hetero Tower. Usabeni. So you do know Commandant's name. Looking fierce, she brandishes her long sword menacingly. How's Commandant doing? Spill it now. Usabeni. Hetero Tower. Leave. Multiple consciousnesses seem to be wrestling for control of the body, leaving chaos and a state of confusion. It's the punishing virus. After several shifts in consciousness, the pale girl slowly raises her head to face the mechanoid. Usabeni left the Hetero Tower. Time flows chaotically within the Hetero Tower. It's unclear when exactly Usabeni left. What do you mean? It could be tomorrow, 100 years from now, or even 1,000 years ahead. No one knows exactly when Usabeni is going to appear. What's going on with the mutated red tide? Punishing virus. Fusion. Hetero Tower going haywire. Recycle. Information. Civilization. The look on the girl's face becomes empty once again as she forces out broken fragments of words. It's too late. Crimson tears slowly stream down her face. Get out. Get out. Chaos slowly melts away, her form dissolving into streams of red and white that flow into the surging tide. But we're out of time. Nanami stares blankly at where chaos vanished. Time seems to be flying, the countdown ticking forward relentlessly, each second marked by crystal clear ticks of the clock. Commandant. Nanami. Her frame moves at full speed as she races back to the starship, dialing the terminal number she knows by heart. Commandant, Nanami. As always, the terminal returns nothing but a disconnection signal. Commandant, where exactly are you? Nanami. How in the world am I supposed to find you when I don't know which time or space you're in? When I don't even have any coordinates to work with? She stubbornly dials the terminal number once more, but to no avail once again. Nanami stares at the silent terminal in confusion. You've left the Hetero Tower. How am I supposed to find you when that's the only thing I know? But, given who I am, things are probably going to be okay, right? She clenches her fist, trying to cheer herself up like before, but halfway through speaking to the terminal, she can't help but let out another sigh. It could be tomorrow, or 100 years from now, or even 1,000 years ahead. What exactly am I supposed to do? I don't even know if I can live that long. Nanami. Nanami is a mechanoid, so it should be possible, so long as my frame is well maintained. She rubs her cheeks. Alright. I'm so gonna do this. New mission objective, live for the next 1,000 years. The terminal call hasn't automatically disconnected, and the cold voicemail prompt indicates she can leave a message. Nanami rubs her cheeks again, her enthusiasm returning in full force. Commandant, where are you now? Nanami doesn't know how you're doing now, or when you'll hear this message. If you get this message, just be good and stay right where you are. Nanami will try super hard to live until the far, far future, or maybe I'll try to find a way to go to the distant, distant past. In any case, as long as you're somewhere in this universe, Nanami will find you, Commandant. Yeah, you can never hate Nanami. Anyone that hates Nanami is an enemy of humanity. Anchor. My supplies! In the Church of Machina's hall, Xavier clutches his head in despair while Cervantes stands to the side, methodically counting their lost supplies. Fuel depleted, engine propellant depleted. Insulation materials depleted, fiber structures depleted, composite materials depleted. My supplies, my materials, my resources, my starship. He clutches his head in agony. Eek, what's going on here? Nanami bounces down from upstairs and tilts her head at the chaotic scene in the hall. I'll fight the red tide to the death! Charge! Fight to the death! The mutated red tide has devoured several nearby warehouses where supplies were stored. Having screwed his hair back onto his neck, Xavier looks utterly defeated. Calculation complete. The warehouse corrupted by red tide contained mainly consumable supplies that Xavier had collected and stored for the starship. A holographic inventory of lost supplies materializes in the center as Cervantes projects it. If it's just fuel we need, maybe we could find it somewhere else? It's not just the consumable supplies. Actually, our biggest loss is the reactor. Why in the world would you hide the reactor in the outer ruins? I put it there because I was worried about accidents during the experiments. Who in the right mind would keep a reactor at home? True. How was I supposed to know that damn thing would burst in from exactly that way? The reactor situation sure is nerve-wracking. My memory serves me correctly. Xavier and I salvaged that one from some abandoned research facility a long time ago. How much do we have left? Let's see. He skims through the list Cervantes prepared. We don't even have enough fuel left to circle the Earth once. It's clear that, with the amount of fuel left, there is no time the starship will ever make it into space. Well, let's stick to the original plan and head to the Arctic Route Union first. Aerospace City is located in the part of the Arctic Route Union that's close to Kowloon. Oh, right. Aerospace City. That's where the magnetic acceleration track is. Yes, Sage. Aerospace City has... Why is Why is there Japanese on my screen now? Phase magnetic acceleration track called the Bifrost that's powered by a cold fusion reactor. Furthermore, Aerospace City was responsible for launching the Dawn 3 spacecraft. It was also where Eden First, the predecessor to Babylonia, was developed and technically validated. We should be able to launch our starship if we go there. Yulia currently rules the city. And Ying once helped her drive out Shoals, so I believe there should be room for cooperation between the Church of Machina and Aerospace City. Oh, a cold fusion reactor. Now that's something. Xavier becomes excited once again. The idea of going to aerospace is unanimously approved. With ongoing modifications hastily wrapped up, the starship embarks on its one-way journey. With its engines roaring, the starship finally emerges from the cavern beneath the scorched earth and breaks through to daylight. Optical camouflage system activated, structural force field engaged, engines running steady, cruise mode initiated, or initialized. The massive starship glides low over human ruins. As the terminal shields lower one by one over the portholes, Nanami, now sitting by this window, peers through the gaps at the world outside. The countdown ticks away beside her as she feels the pull of destiny. She knows exactly what that future holds. The mechanoids remaining on Earth bring an even greater catastrophe upon human civilization. In that future, the soul-bearing mechanoid girl exiles herself to space, giving humanity its only chance of survival. I think you need no reminder, Nanami, but I'm you from the future. Giving up her freedom, she became a central AI that leads the spaceship and all the awakened machines on a permanent journey through the infinite universe. Everything is moving toward the future that fate has predetermined. The Grey Raven Commandant enters the Hetero Tower, never returns, and the red tide engulfs everything. The only change is the mysterious girl who appears in the red tide, except Nanami had no luck trying to find out the Grey Raven Commandant's whereabouts from her. An Everwinter will descend next, and if the mechanoids are left unchecked on Earth, a torrent of steel from her memory once again submerges humanity's last stronghold. Does it really have to end like this? A tiny voice keeps echoing in her heart. Does she really have no choice but to push that button that leads to fate and submit to an inevitable end? Does she really have no choice but to abandon Earth, forsake everything about humanity, and lead the mechanoids into exile among the stars? But what can she, in her current state, what can she possibly leave behind for this scarred planet? Nanami stares blankly at her own shadow, lost in thought. Sage? Whoa, Aikma. I swear you never make a noise when you walk. You were just too focused, Sage. I was just going through the stuff in my head. Mechanoids and humans can definitely get along well. Kana is wrong. Nanami pouts, her enthusiasm visibly deflated. Did you have another argument with Arcana? I know she's just looking out for the mechanoids, but I still don't like the way she puts things. Always going on about how humans are the mechanoids' greatest enemies and how humans will definitely start attacking mechanoids and stuff. Ugh, I don't want to hear any of that. I'm here to bring you up to speed about the red tide. Aikma considers for a moment before steering the conversation in a different direction. As the starship continues northward, we found that most of the conservation areas we've encountered have been consumed by the mutated red tide. Have you come across any humans along the way? We've encountered several groups of migrating humans along the way, all heading toward the Arctic Joint Route. Star managed to get some information out of them without revealing ourselves. Babylonia has joined forces with the Forsaken and Actilex human forces and is continuing full-scale rescue operations for survivors on the ground. The punishing virus in the mutated red tide keeps rising. The humans seem unable to enter the areas corrupted by the red tide, which are their former conservation areas. To obtain samples for analysis, Spooner and I attempted to venture deep into the ruins the red tide had breached. Aikma gently lowers her voice and leans close to Nanami's ear. We rescued a group of semi-awakened mechanoids and humans trapped in the ruins. Humans? In ruins? Surrounded by the red tide? Yes, quite unbelievable, isn't it? They dug downward to create a temporary safe zone. They were barely surviving with just a small filter unit and some serum. When we arrived, some were already severely infected, but they were still alive and in surprisingly good spirits. Spooner and I kept this from Arcana. We're keeping them for the time being in the lowest level of the starship. These humans showed no signs of aggression. A tremendous crash echoes from the bottom of the starship, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. The corrupted, their eyes burning red, slowly creep toward the corner. Why are these things here? That's where the mechanoids keep their supplies, no? Oh no, Star. Aya. Erg. The tiny robot desperately cranks its speaker to maximum volume, trying to draw the corrupted's attention. No, Aya, there are humans over there. Sage said to never do them any harm. She wipes away her tears and turns to run toward the nearby mezzanine? Hey, that way's a dead end. Damn it. What are you doing? The mechanoids took us in. We can't just turn our backs on them now. The mechanoid is as good as dead if they get infected by the punishing virus. I still have one serum. Let me go. Before she can finish her sentence, Berna rushes out. Watch out. Without hesitation, she opens fire at the corrupted. The outdated weapon proves ineffective against the corrupted. Enraged, it whirls around and charges at the humans. Whoa, why are these things here? Nanami's longsword precedes her voice. Nanami's shield guards the girl next to her precisely as her nimble swordplay forces the corrupted back step by step. You bad boy. Now fall. The starship's floor panel opens, sending the corrupted plummeting into the void below. Phew, that was way too close. Thank goodness Nanami got here in time. The young girl collapses to the ground, completely drained. Thank you so much for earlier. Star would have gotten infected if it weren't for you. Oh, don't mention it. That mechanoid suddenly burst out from over there. We didn't even have time to react. Over there. Trailblazer collected these supplies. Trailblazer's scanning equipment hasn't been updated, which is why it wasn't able to detect mechanoids with low infection levels. The corrupted managed to sneak in during that time. They didn't cause too much damage though, fortunately. You laser, that's super careless of you. We all would have been in serious trouble had the punishing virus made it into the Great Tower. After connecting the frame to the Great Tower and thoroughly checking its interior systems, Nanami breathes a sigh of relief when nothing appears amiss. Looks like we'll need more and bigger weapons on the starship. Are you okay? Star, who showed no signs of fear drawing the corrupted away just now, comes running back while whimpering. She looks at Berna, who is still sitting where she fell. It's fine. We're just doing what we should. We'll lose our temporary home ourselves if this starship ever gets destroyed. The massive starship glides low over the city that humans once called home. At some point, the mechanoids seem to have become less hostile toward the humans. Having gotten a peace of mind from Nanami, all of the mechanoids, even Trailblazer, who was big on getting the humans out of the starship, softened their stance. I guess such a dummy. Star wins this round. Erg. It's not because of the humans. Star is just that awesome. That awesome. Not only humans are bad. Erg. Okay, I know. I'm not saying all humans are good either. I know what you're getting at here. It's just, humans don't seem all that bad after all. She steals a glance at Berna, who sits nearby, focused on her work. Hey, human. How did you modify that weapon last time? Just made some minor adjustments, and my compatibility rating increased by 4.29%. I just noticed you seemed more comfortable with your left mechanical arm, so I adjusted the grip angle slightly. Comfortable? What does comfortable mean? It's like, which mechanical arm do you use more often, the left one or the right one? Anyway, thanks. Is this what you wanted to see, Sage? Yes, indeed. Just as Nanami said, humans and mechanoids can always get along well. There weren't any humans on the starship I saw before. Gotta note down this difference. Nanami hunches over her terminal to make a note. A little effort every day goes a long way. I'm sure I'm going to change the world. Sage, why are you so fixated on change? Sage Machina will return to the church, guiding us away from this broken earth to the end of stars. For mechanoids, wouldn't this be a more fitting end? But no one can deny that mechanical civilization arose from human civilization, Arcana. Nanami looks up, her youthful face looking unexpectedly calm. The music reminds me a lot of Nier Automata, like the refuge camp or whatever, that android camp from the City Ruins area. It's very reminiscent of that. The fact that the punishing virus can infect mechanoids proves everything. We can run all we want, but that's not going to stop the punishing from showing up around us again, right? I've seen it all, Arcana. I can't tell you more, but that's not the destination we're meant to reach. Then why do you place all your hope in the Grey Raven Commandant? Though I'm aware of Commandant's exceptional qualities, but Commandant's still just an ordinary human. Well, now you take that back. Commandant is different, Arcana. Commandant is bound by countless bonds and connects space, time, and the universe itself like an anchor point or perhaps a beacon. We're now looking at another possibility precisely because Commandant exists. Us? She turns her head, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. You're the most special human ever, Commandant. Nanami likes you. Struck by a pleasant thought, Nanami hums a tune as she skips merrily back to her room. Her cabin. Abandoned by Earth, the girl sits quietly by the window as she speaks, occasionally stealing glances at the blue planet billions of light years away. But you still have a choice, Nanami. You can choose to not become me. Commandant, I figured out a way to send video messages to your voicemail. I don't really have anything special to say, just... What are you up to right now, Commandant? Nanami did a special fortune telling today, and it says you will definitely see this message. Oh. Looks like time's up. Almost up. Let me say one last thing. Commandant, wait for Nanami. I know things are not exactly looking hopeful, but I'll try my best to save humanity however I can. Nanami. God bless her. With the flow. Damn, I'm already at the node 12, eh? These nodes are actually fairly short. But I have a feeling like the second half of the chapter might be really long though. Intricate, Oh wow, there's like... Okay, these achievements. Apparently for this one, it says, inspect every investigation key point. Go to the one on the right before going left to the collapsing tunnel, and then finish the mission. As they journey north, the cold in the air begins to freeze on the starship's new viewport. Fuel, antifreeze. We're running out of antifreeze too. The antifreeze we have left isn't enough to winterize all the mechanoids aboard the starship. Not as dense as Shaper's ripples, but still. Yeah, it's still lengthy, but the number of mechanoids aboard the starship keeps growing. Like I'm nearly hitting the 3-hour mark, but we're only just like, we're close to hitting like halfway on the chapter, so. When back in Shaper's Ripples, when I hit the halfway mark on it, it was like around 5 or between 5 and 6 hours. But this one you can easily feel that it is a bit shorter. But it's still lengthy, of course. The silent beachstole mechanoid calculates the number of passengers aboard the starship. Well, you see, Sage simply can't ignore our kin who still have a chance at survival. The starship shudders slightly as its airlock opens and Nanami rushes in, dragging 2 humans with her. Hey, Spooner. Hi, Xavier. Clean up these 2 that I just fished out. We should still have some serum left to use. Spooner takes the unconscious humans and heads toward the back of the starship. Sage, how much further until we reach this aerospace city Cervantes mentioned? We're running low on fuel, and we're almost out of anti-freeze and cold weather supplies for the mechanoids. If we don't do something about it, a third of our mechanoids will have to enter hibernation mode. Don't worry, Bernard and the guys have modified some Grey Tower branch processors and added protective casings around them. Now even those of us without anti-freeze can warm ourselves up around the processors. Humans and their interesting little ideas. The Star and the kids all love those makeshift heaters. Branch processors. The mainframe? Xavier seems to be lagging a bit. Yeah, weren't you just complaining about poor heat dissipation and processor performance issues earlier? Bernard installed 2 one-way fans on the outer layer. The air they blow out has a weird smell, but it's still way better than if we have to go into hibernation. In the middle of their conversation, Nanami suddenly presses her face against the transparent porthole. I think I'm seeing someone over there. The mutated red tide surges forward, sweeping up ruins and soil as it gradually closes in on the few figures higher up. Wait, Sage, you haven't cleaned your frame yet. We'll deal with that when I get back.
其实，当心异化红潮。
想定外の事故発生。再解析。
喂喂，嗨，回神，你还好吗？
救救我的队友们，求求你！我让他们先走。可是怪物实在太多了，哪里都是。他们就在那边，我跟你们一起。
不要担心，其实会找到他们的。
战术性回路启动，开始扫描。其实，那边有人类留下的踪迹。
哎，是坠毁的载具，他们在这里战斗过。
A lot of different investigation points.
红潮还在不停进化。是脚印，他们在这里停留过。脚印朝那边延伸了，哈克曼，我们快追上去！
I don't see anything else.
异化红潮已经入侵这个隧道，这里有84.26%的几率会坍塌。
The one on the right. Wait, did I miss it? Is that what it? Because this is that collapsing from the fashion. Oh no, it says. Oh, whatever.
楽勝オールクリア。想定外の事故発生。再解析。
西施小心。
死没！这里可能还会继续坍塌。冲呀！快点离开这个隧道！呀吼！やったー！勝ったなー！当たり！やったー！よーく見ててね！想定外の事故。パーツトラブル？しょっと！勝ったなー！ 痕迹开始分散了，在周围寻找一下吧，他们应该就在附近了。
嗯。
不可能，队长，队长！
怎么会这样？这里不太对劲，我没见过这样的红潮。
It's all the investigation points.
异色红潮中的帕米什病毒浓度更高，请小心。
吉利，
是新生的异核生物，哈克马，保护好他们，找7时来对付这个大家伙。
へえ、よいしょっと、楽勝楽勝、オールクリア。アルティメットスペクタクル、やー！逃げられないよ。ヤッホー、ナナミ、アルティメットスペクタクル、やー！
Surge mimicry, huh?
へえ。
还好他并没有成长到完全体。
Final form?
你们还好吧？
多谢你们，吉利，快联系空中花园。
现在还不是做这些的时候，快离开这里！我可不想再跟那个大家伙打一架了。
星境接驳口已经打开，随时可以撤离。
運命は全部ナナミ自身が決めるんだ。
The starship's airlock bursts open as several battered constructs stumble in behind Nanami. Ain't working. Can't reach them. What should I do? You're severely injured. You need to get yourself treated before you die. It's too late. The construct looks utterly desperate. Wait, you're a construct too, aren't you? I think I've seen you before in Babylonia. Nanami doesn't remember you, but I did spend some time hanging out in Babylonia. Can you reach Babylonia? Like a drowning person grasping for salvation, the construct desperately clutches at Nanami's arm. We have to reach Babylonia immediately. We gotta let them know that they can't keep sending more squads down here. The hetero creatures are suppressing their punishing virus concentration to disguise themselves as humans to lure rescue teams deeper into their trap. Oh boy. Into the unknown. Okay. On the other end of the line, Celica has a deep furrow on her face. A trap. Yes, we detected life signals inside this conservation area, and we decided to proceed with the rescue operation since the threat level readings were very low. Except when we made it deeper, our reconnaissance specialist Gisley didn't find any actual signs of human presence. Until we made our way to the deepest part of the conservation area. Masses of flesh-fused creatures lie embedded within these red-tide crystals, and they are pulsing rhythmically like they were alive. There was a bird or some small animal at the center of each mass of flesh, and they were each letting out unbearable cries. We immediately decided to retreat when we saw this, but at that exact moment, the punishing virus concentration shot up. On the other side of the screen, Celica takes a visibly deep breath. Sure. Please, stay in that area for now. We'll send someone to assist you right away. Also, please put Nanami on the line. Yes, the construct who guided you here. Deep. Oh, it's Celica. Oh, long time no see, Celica. Sitting in Xavier's magic workshop, Nanami casually applies gel to the wounds on her frame with a relaxed expression. It's been a while, Nanami. Babylonia is shifting its strategic approach to preserve what's left of humanity's civilization to prevent further losses. We plan to gather both residents and refugees from the conservation areas on Earth and withdraw all patrol officers and staff stationed there. Just get to the point, Celica. I don't have much time. Since Babylonia hopes to maintain a good working relationship with the Church of Machina, this is merely a notification about Babylonia's strategic adjustments. Babylonia is planning to leave Earth, isn't it? Such is a naked truth that lies behind the diplomatic facade. Celica falls silent, caught off guard by Nanami's blunt question. "3,648 days, 10 years, and Babylonia has lost over half its force of arms with barely anything to show for it. The red tide surrounding the Hetero Tower has evolved into something that barely any construct soldier can withstand." Celica didn't age at all. She's secretly a construct. But the constructs from the elite squads are still... Oh, so you do know that they're from the elite squads, huh? How many elite squads are there for us to send to Earth? How many construct soldiers are we going to turn into specialized constructs? We already lost the Grey Raven Commandant, for God's sake. I apologize for my outburst. It's just, we really can't afford losses anymore. On the remote sensing display, the mutated red tide, laced with unidentified white substances, creeps across the Earth like blood vessels and coils around the very lands humanity once called home. Indeed, we can't afford further losses. In that saturation mission, we deployed 35 construct squads. Only 4 made it back, with nothing but a single sample of mutated red tide from the closest approach to the Hetero Tower. And this is all we have to show for it, having made the sacrifices we have. But we did analyze the substance within the mutated red tide. At least now we know what kind of enemy we're facing. Has the Science Council finished their analysis? Yes. According to Asimov's findings, we cannot identify the components within the mutated red tide. It doesn't match any known substance found on Earth in the past, present, or projected future. A deathly silence falls over the conference room. What exactly are we up against? The commander turns around, his graying hair and bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. It's time to draw our conclusions, President. At first, they thought this was just another disaster they could contain. It's like when the red tide first began to spread, or when the twins first took human form. Just like when the Hetero Tower rose from the ground, or when the dark bolt struck Babylonia. They have survived seemingly unsurvivable disasters and defeated seemingly undefeatable enemies. And this time they were sure they would succeed like they always have. Almost everyone in Babylonia thought the same way, and they had even started preparing victory celebrations in advance. Everyone was working at breakneck speed to get themselves ready for when you're back. Can't wait to see her in this new coating. Not just for Lucia, but for the Commandant too. Can't wait to see all of Grey Raven standing together in the banquet hall. Babylonia deployed numerous squads of constructs to the ground in an attempt to reclaim the conservation areas. Most of them, however, returned empty-handed. To gather detailed information about the mutated red tide, Babylonia saturated the area around the Hetero Tower with multiple squad deployments. They all, however, failed. Ladies and gentlemen, I once believed we would succeed the way we did with every other miracle our civilization had achieved thus far. But this time, I'm sorry. President, we still have soldiers, we can still fight. But even if we could reclaim the conservation areas, the CPF can no longer filter out the corrupted, punishing virus, and the emergency serum the Science Council has developed is barely effective. Asimov continues to work while ill, and several elderly professors from the Science Council have already collapsed from complete exhaustion. Even our elite squads have started taking casualties. No, it's impossible. Praying Mantis was completely wiped out during their escort mission, and Owl Squad's captain is their sole survivor. Strikehawk's Kamui has gone missing during his mission to investigate the depths of the mutated red tide. Kamui went to search for him, but neither of them have returned yet. The area is completely submerged in mutated red tide. Even Wan Shi, whose frame can barely withstand the corruption, has spent a long time searching the perimeter, but found no way to break through. I'm sorry, but our current losses have pushed multiple indicators dangerously close to critical thresholds. I cannot let civilization end here. They gave everything, hoping to return to Earth. They lit up Earth one region at a time, striving to rebuild what was once the human civilization. Countless lives lie buried here, and countless new lives have awakened in its place. But this time, humanity's children may never return home again. They will be forced into exile and venture into the unknown depths of space. And as emergency alarms blare, new developments emerge. The council members sit in silence for a moment before quietly dispersing. In the empty council chamber, the sun stands transfixed by the blue planet floating in the center. All that we've done, everything we've done, does it really amount to anything at all? No one answers this question. Indeed, Babylonia is preparing to leave Earth's orbit. She is not surprised by Babylonia's decision. Leaving Earth's orbit. What do you plan to do after that? We're going to contact as many people as we can. Babylonia is preparing to leave Earth's orbit. All surviving humans and constructs on Earth have the right to enter Babylonia and depart with us. The operation code name is Departure. If the Church of Machina is willing, Nanami won't be leaving with you. Nanami still has her own business to attend to. However, Nanami would like to make a deal with you, since I don't dislike Babylonia. A deal. As the conversation turns to negotiations between the two parties, Celica straightens her posture and forces herself to stay alert. What does the Church of Machina want, and what can they offer in return? The starship's blueprints and experimental data. Don't you already have a starship? The Church of Machina did not attempt to hide their activities on Earth from Babylonia. Babylonia already detected the starship's presence right when it emerged from the void. But Babylonia currently lacks both the resources and the incentive to engage in diplomatic talks with this emerging power. That's right, but the Church of Machina's starship isn't quite complete. For now, it can only navigate along Earth's surface. We need more data and design specifications to verify the starship's integrity and prevent any unnecessary complications once we venture into space. No one knows if there's another habitable planet out there in space, and even mechanoids need to be thoroughly prepared for such a lengthy journey. In exchange, Nanami and the mechanoids of the Church of Machina can help you complete your mission. While the mutated red tide poses a severe threat to humans, we mechanoids remain unharmed as long as we avoid direct contact. The Church of Machina has a complete gear army at our disposal. While searching for our fellow mechanoids, we can help you locate more human survivors. Please allow us a moment to deliberate. As the communication cuts off briefly, Nanami sits at the table, her gaze wandering to where Xavier is helping maintain a construct. Whoa, these parts must be ancient. How are they still being used? We're all out of replacement parts. Babylonia's factories are operating around the clock. The parts are being consumed at a faster pace than they're made. I'm actually one of the lucky ones. I was at least able to find similar parts to modify and use. Not everyone's as lucky as I am, though. Carson lets out a sigh. Speaking of the devils, with that much wear and tear, one more shot and the recoil might just send your elbow flying. That's because the factory doesn't have replacement parts for my model anymore. Our captain took us all to search for parts back then. We spent forever searching but only found 2 pieces that barely fit, and our captain personally filed them down to make them work. Captain. Hey, Carefree Dot. Speed run. Password. Speed run 80%. The 2 constructs fall silent. The captain never made it out of the mutated red tide. As Nanami listens to their conversation silently, her terminal chimes with a brief video call notification. We have concluded our deliberations. She rises from behind the conference table and gives Nanami a respectful nod. I, as the acting president of Babylonia, hereby approve this arrangement. Acting president? Where's Hassan? Please transmit your flight coordinates. We will send representatives to your starship as soon as possible to sign the agreement. No problem. Nanami will send the coordinates to you right away. Acting President. What happened to Hassan? President Hassan is currently on medical leave. His continuous work schedule has left him completely exhausted. Fair enough. As per President Hassan's instructions before he fell into a coma. Oh, he's in a coma? I am temporarily serving as acting president. Rest assured, though, that all relevant matters will still be forwarded to President Hassan for review. Finished Aeon Reforged, some of the most peak content I've ever read. It's so good, yeah. Aeon Reforged. Oh, speaking of, the fucking timing on that, hello? Babylonia's representatives arrived shortly after the meeting. It's playing the fucking OST. After signing the agreement, they, as promised, deliver the starship's blueprints and test data that the Church of Machina requested. Transports from Babylonia begin their busy runs between the Church of Machina's starship and Babylonia. Bridget. Thank goodness. These people got the treatment they needed in time thanks to you all. Don't mention it. I mean, this is part of our agreement. Emma, gather some people to escort them to our transports. Bluebird number 2 is almost at capacity. You might need to deploy a large-scale transport craft. Oh? I've never seen this construct before. Hello there. Emma gives Nanami a quick nod before opening her terminal to request authorization for a large transport. She used to be quite the lady, you know? For some reason, she was dead set on becoming a construct. She's been stationed at the training camp these past few years. The camp's practically empty now. All cadets were forced to graduate early, and even the instructors were sent back to the front lines. And those kids from FOS are literally still kids. She watches worriedly as another wounded person is carried past her. Thank goodness we're in this together now. I mean, who knows how many of these kids would have survived otherwise? Any news about the others? You mean, what about Kowloon or Watanabe? Nanami hasn't been able to reach them since the mutated red tide began to spread. Celica has notified the Kowloon Chamber of Commerce, but only a small number of people in Kowloon are willing to evacuate to Babylonia. After the transport left with the evacuees, Kowloon's leader immediately reactivated their punishing virus shield. We haven't been able to learn anything from in there since. As for the Forsaken, they lost quite a few people. Watanabe's deputies sent us their final coordinates, and I went to extract the survivors. Hurry, hop on the transport craft. The mutated red tide will reach this camp in 3 hours. Through the dust kicked up by the transport craft, dozens of exhausted humans and constructs stand waiting. How are there so few left? Aren't there supposed to be hundreds? The mutated red tide swept away the other 2 vehicles. Watanabe went after them with his team, but we don't know if they... Damn it. Get on transport 1 and prepare for takeoff. I'll wait here. It's too risky, Bridget. We don't have time. Get going already. At her insistence, Transport 1 slowly lifts off, leaving Bridget alone in Transport 2's cockpit to wait anxiously. The concentration of the punishing virus in the air is gradually rising. The mutated red tide will reach this camp within an hour. Clouds of dust roll in front of the horizon as a vehicle stained with the mud of the red tide lurches desperately this way. Bridget fires up the transport's engines and throttles the massive vessel forward like a street racer. Quick, get in! The vehicle door clangs open, revealing the driver to be a teenager, no more than 15 years old. Where is Watanabe? Boss is still in the red tide. He's the one who forced our vehicle through and got us out of here. Out of there. We have 28 people here. 10 wounded and 18 children. He seems so calm that he does not seem like someone who just escaped the red tide at all. Boss was hoping Babylonia could take in these last survivors of Oasis. They are not the Forsaken, but residents of Oasis. They shall not be forgotten again. After helping Bridget evacuate all the residents from Oasis onto the transport craft, the child finally collapses from exhaustion. As the transport craft takes off, the mutated red tide surges forward like a monstrous tsunami, engulfing the last camp in Oasis. I guess there's nothing we can do but keep our fingers crossed and hope Watanabe will just come crawling out of the red tide. Bridget forces out a laugh, but her eyes remain devoid of any mirth. None of this is good news. Nanami really doesn't want to hear news like this. Well, I bet none of us does. Bridget, the large transport craft has been cleared for deployment. It will arrive shortly. Okay, prepare to evacuate the injured. Thanks for your help once again, Nanami. I've heard a lot about you from the Commandant, and while I never thought we'd get to know each other under this circumstance, I guess I do enjoy working with you. She waves casually before joining Emma to evacuate the wounded. And so begins the first collaboration between Babylonia and the Church of Machina, born from these dire circumstances. Beyond the ruins. However, Nanami does not join this rescue operation. She walks Hakma through the 100 guidelines for human protection and entrusts her with full authority over the rescue operation. Hakma? Or Hakma? Hakma, I think it was when they pronounced her name earlier. Hakma, I'm leaving everything here to you and Spinner. If you need anything, just ask Xavier. If he doesn't cooperate, Nanami will give him a good walloping when I'm back. Are you really going alone? I can go with you. But they need you more here, Hakma. You're the only one in the Church of Machina who knows how to interact with humans properly. Don't worry, I'll be extra careful this time. All I need to do is find a facility with enough computing power and contact Mecha Babushka. Must you do this? Yeah, Nanami is a little scared. Is this really the future I saw in my simulations? All signs point to something similar from before, yet somehow everything feels completely different. Babylonia leaving Earth. That matches up. Some humans staying on Earth. That's probably a match too. The red tide spreading, the heterozones expanding. That kind of matches up too. Nanami furrows her brow as she checks off the items one by one. Babylonia is about to leave, and once it travels beyond a certain distance, I won't be able to contact Mecha Babushka. Gestalt. Be it by running another simulation or asking Mecha Babushka directly, Nanami needs to know one answer. Does this world still point toward the future she once envisioned? Hakma does not stop Nanami. She has no reason to prevent this young girl, who people know as Sage Machina, from venturing alone to fight for Earth's last glimmer of hope. As the mutated red tide gradually devours the Earth's surface, the air temperature drops drastically. Without anyone noticing, a minor ice age has begun. I can definitely get in here before. Standing next to the ruins, Nanami connects the wires together with a troubled look on her face. The mutated red tide has clearly infected the facility before her. No matter how she connects the power or rewires the circuits, this massive computer refuses to boot up again. This is the 4th location already. Set, Nanami marks another X or cross on the map and stares at it with growing concern. The mutated red tide has overwhelmed almost all the facilities she previously found capable of connecting to Gestalt. That city ahead is the last shot. Putting away the map projected from her terminal, Nanami brushes the snow off her clothes and trudges onward through the ruins ahead. At the entrance of the ruined city stands an unexpected visitor. The pink-haired construct standing by the ruins greets Nanami with a familiar smile. Hi. We meet again. Nanami remembers you. I've seen you in Babylonia. Why are you still here when Babylonia is about to leave? To assist Babylonia with their search and rescue operations, of course. She adjusts her cloak and turns her gaze toward the ruins ahead. Nanami doesn't care why you're here, as long as you don't try to stop me. I have no intention of stopping you. I'm just curious. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Are you sure you want to leave Earth? Do I have a choice? No, unfortunately. Not at the moment, at least. The Nanami has no choice but to do this. Time is almost up. Ethereal numbers count down as they dance around her, gravity intensifying with each passing moment. The hands of time inch ever closer to their final destination. I don't know what happens when the gravity reaches its peak. It's too big a gamble trying to find out. Everyone seems to be asking Nanami how to fix all of this. But Nanami's not just facing the question of what to do. I mean, I don't even know what needs to be fixed at all. If only blowing up the Header Tower would solve everything, wouldn't that be nice? With a smile on her face, the pink-haired construct lets Nanami continue her self-directed complaints. I don't even know what needs to be fixed, let alone find a way out of this mess. I'm the Sage Machina, and while I never asked for this title, I have to lead them through this nonetheless. I can't just gamble the mechanoids' futures just so I can stay on Earth. But as a friend to humans, as a friend of Commandant, Nanami can't just stand by and watch humanity vanish like this. I care about humans. I care about Commandant. I'd have had no trouble staying on Earth if I were alone, even if that meant certain death to me. I'd do anything to help humans and Commandant. But I can't make decisions for my mechanical brethren. Is that the wrong decision to make? It's not my place to define what's right or wrong. In fact, no one can give you the answer to this question. Are you beginning to doubt yourself? Nanami turns to face Ishmael. No, Nanami is just trying to think things through. Her thoughts drift to a distant future. Can the world as it is truly lead to that future? The mechanoid's path lies in space, sailing toward the endless universe. But humanity's path, is it truly on Earth? Are you asking for my opinion? Sensing Nanami's gaze on her, Ishmael lowers her eyes. I know you don't talk much, but I really want to hear what you think. No future can ever stop tomorrow from coming. No matter how great our fears are, the sun will rise every day. 2 well-worn smooth dice appear in Ishmael's palm. I thought exactly. That's why I'm standing here, right here. She would leave Earth with the mechanoids. If that means humanity would have a chance at surviving the catastrophe. If you've already made up your mind, why are you asking me if you made the wrong decision? Ishmael suddenly seems curious. You just seem so wise and all, so I thought maybe I could get some sage advice out of you. Nanami walks forward as she hums. Then what if I were to give you a negative answer? Translation moment, yeah. Nanami will hold off on your answer for now and make a judgment with Commandant when we meet. But that's just blind faith, no? How can you call it blind faith? Ugh, you're making me angry here. I am totally capable of making sound judgments. If Nanami makes a wrong judgment, Commandant will help Nanami. And if Commandant needs help, of course Nanami will help Commandant too. Nanami and Commandant trust each other. I'm sure things are going to be fine if Commandant and I work together. Well, you have my apologies. Ishmael lets out a wry chuckle. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be on my way then. As for parting words, let this be my way of making amends for my thoughtless remarks earlier. A 20-sided die spins among Ishmael's fingers and lands on a different number each time it comes to rest. Perhaps it isn't a dead end after all. The world may be in slumber now, but perhaps one day it will awaken. We can't predict when the singularity will arrive, but I have a feeling they will find a way to change everything. Yep, my thought exactly. Humans are always creating miracles, and so is Commandant. Commandant will definitely make it out of the Hetero Tower, but is what Nanami's doing right now going to cause trouble for humans and Commandant? She is a failed time corrector. She once naively believed she could escape her predetermined future, but despite traversing countless simulated universes, she could never find the right thread to follow in the vast river of time. Even if she knew all the possibilities, even if she tried to make the best choices, she never managed to change how things ended. How can one be certain that this is the one and only correct universe? To this question, I believe, no one can provide an answer. I knew you'd say that. It's exactly because no one can give an answer that I decided to visit Mecha Babushka today again. But what if Gestalt can't provide an answer either? That's not something I need to worry about now. I'll sort that out later somewhere down the road. Nanami's response leaves Ishmael momentarily at a loss for words. She shakes her head with a smile and turns her gaze toward the ruins in the distance. I know things are not exactly looking hopeful, but I'll try my best to save humanity however I can. No matter what the cost, I'll help Commandant put everything back on the right track. Having seeped through the ruins, the mutated red tide creeps up nearby buildings and spreads into every corner within its reach. We'll get there somehow, right? You don't need my answer. Of course, Nanami has already made up her mind. This mechanoid girl with a soul loves humanity and Earth so deeply. Nanami was born from humanity's love, and Nanami will give that love back to humanity. She repeats these words, seemingly trying to solidify her conviction. No matter what the cost, I'll help Commandant put everything back on the right track. On the right track? Huh? Perhaps the variable you're hoping for is already taking notice of your wish. Right? Nani? She can see me. Me just waving all cartoonishly at her. Who are you talking to? Nothing. Drawing their gaze back from the distance, Ishmael and Nanami walk side by side through streets among the ruins. So, what's your plan? I'll visit Mecha Babushka first, and take everyone to Aerospace City to figure out how to continue building the starship. I'll stay on Earth, though, if anything happens. If Commandant manages to break free, I'm sure we'll find a way to solve everything else, or everything here. No one's got anything on Commandant, but Commandant is pushing themselves too hard. I'd have rushed into the Hetero Tower to rescue Commandant and Lucia, but that's not going to be easy, though. Yeah, my frame is falling apart, but I haven't found anything. I'm sure you've seen much more since you can see the Grey Raven Commandant as a focal point. True, I've seen it. No matter how the river of time shifts, only Commandant stands unwavering within its flow. Commandant is this world's anchor point, its beginning and its ending. So, that's what you saw. I suppose you are gifted indeed. Perhaps this isn't a dead end after all. The 20-sided die begins to roll once more as Ishmael watches it with intense focus. But no one knows where that single thread leading to destiny truly lies. Is what I'm doing now and what I plan to do. Still not enough? Far from enough. Everything the lot of you are trying to do is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Does that needle even exist? Sorry, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you will have become the future version of yourself somewhere far down the road. I'll be there for you should you ever need me again then. The street comes to an end, and there on the other side of the ruined city, Nanami finally sees what she's been searching for. A research facility with massive computing power. Turning around, she finds that the pink-haired construct has already vanished. Alright, we're charging straight ahead. Let's go, Nanami. We're just about at the halfway point with this one. Who knows? I actually might end up going through the entire thing. I don't know. We'll see. Spider Silk. I think maybe I'll play through 1 or 2 more nodes, then finish it off tomorrow, maybe. Spider Silk. Stretch break. You know what? Yeah, let's take a little break here. It's been nearly 4 hours. The fact that there are 2 more stage achievements left tells me there's probably only 1 more combat stage. There's only 1 left. So a lot of this is just going to be straight dialogue. I feel like node 14 right here is like a proper stopping point for today. I don't know. I didn't expect it to be like this short. Maybe it's kind of like around the same length as maybe this last week when I did Crescent Sun. That took like 6 hours for the entire thing. This one is still pretty short compared to that one. I'll keep going for a little while. Yeah. Spider Silk then. Maybe for like another hour or so. With Nanami's final touch, power flows through the facility, bringing its systems back to life. Nanami lets out a long breath, hesitates for a moment, then speaks tentatively. Hi there, Mecha Babushka. You've come. The one named Nanami. I have calculated the probability of your return. Yeah, it's a really good OST. I've been listening to it a lot for the past week now. Having gone through all that she has, Nanami now feels at ease hearing this familiar voice. Since you already knew that I'd come, Mecha Babushka, can you give me the answers I've been looking for? Incorrect assumption. I merely calculated, based on previous data, that there was a high probability you would return here to connect with me. Your specific purpose remains unknown. Have you decided to lead the mechanoids down the path of awakened machines? Nope. I'm sure you know what's going on out there, Mecha Babushka. I came with more data and variables. Let's start a new simulation. Nanami wants to see how these data points and variables will reshape this world. I'm sorry, Nanami. Gestalt is dedicating all resources to Babyloni's project departure. The remaining computing power is insufficient to initiate another real-time simulation. Oh, no. Excessive simulations hold no value in problem solving. When a problem has infinite solutions, it effectively has none at all. How am I supposed to figure out the answers to my questions then? The awakened machines are the answer to Earth's catastrophe. Humans only have a 0.072% chance to survive the punishing disaster. Awakened machines are the only answer to punishing. There's no time left, Nanami. That's not true, Mecha Babushka. I remember that time clearly. That time when you first asked me to come here. Humans only have a 0.031% chance to survive the punishing disaster. Awakened machines are the only answer to punishing. The decimal points are changing. Still higher than Whoopity. A whole 0.041% higher. Silence fills the space for a moment. We are both mechanical consciousnesses. You know the probability of these numbers. To give you your answer, I will allocate some sparing computing power to run a simple simulation for you. These numbers will show you exactly what will become of human civilization. I didn't know we could do that. That's amazing. After a brief notification ping, a virtual screen materializes before Nanami. Gestalt, please input your known variables. Mutated red corpse. Red corpse? Sorry, I saw the word chaos and for some reason I thought of the word corpse. Mutated red tide, chaos and mechanoids staying on Earth. 5,475 days later, Babylonia initiates Project Departure with mechanoids remaining within Aerospace City. 11,680 days later, humans and mechanoids wage war over limited resources. 12,775 days later, chaos disappears, the mutated red tide assaults human settlements as a frost wave descends. 13,870 days later, a new red tide consciousness emerges and the last human falls to the red tide. 14,601 days later, the mutated red tide engulfs Earth completely. Damn it. This can't be possible. Alright, let's try another one. Let's go with the status quo. Mechanoids embark on a space journey while humans remain on Earth. Starting simulation. 8,760 days later, mechanoids complete their starship construction and depart from Earth. 12,775 days later, chaos disappears, mutated red tide launches its counterattack. 13,502 days later, the ground falls into an ever-winter as the frost wave overwhelms multiple human settlements. 14,608 days later, the mutated red tide engulfs Earth completely. Snow and the crimson-white pattern of red tide blanket the planet's surface. This can't be right. Gestalt's calculations are never wrong. Let's give it another try, Mecha Babushka. Let's go with the status quo. Humans and mechanoids leave Earth together. Starting simulation. 5,475 days later, Babylonia initiates Project Departure. 8,760 days later, mechanoids complete their starship construction and depart from Earth. 12,769 days later, days later, Babylonia encounters mechanoids in space, the punishing Mecha Babushka? What's going on? Corrupted code spread across Gestalt's deduction data. Time span too extensive, unable to provide detailed calculation process. The punishing virus will inevitably catch up to humanity's spacecraft. When Malula came to this place and opened the unknown technological black box, the fate of human civilization was already sealed. This is the only possible outcome my calculations can derive. Then, let's try another variable. What if we factor in the ascendants? 7,289 days later, mutated red tide consumes the Ascendants. 13,476 days later, the surface falls into the Everwinter as a frostwave and overwhelms multiple human settlements. 14,608 days later, mutated red tide engulfs Earth completely. No, not this one. Let's try another one. 13,486 days later, ground falls into Everwinter, frost overwhelms human settlements. Multiple days later, Earth completely engulfed. There's still a margin of error. Let's try this one instead. 14,658 days later, the mutated red tide engulfs Earth completely. After countless simulation attempts, Nanami sits on the ground, completely exhausted. Then what if we add the scenario where Commandant leaves the tower? Invalid hypothesis. What? Among the 200... that number, worlds simulated by Gestalt, not a single one begins with this hypothesis. But what if Commandant really does come out? Silence fills the virtual space once more. Invalid hypothesis. But that girl in the red tide clearly said Commandant had already left. Usabeni left the Hetero Tower. Unable to calculate the exact time of Usabeni's departure from the Hetero Tower. Therefore, the hypothesis is invalid. Unable to begin simulation. What if Naomi just randomly goes like, okay, what about 30 years from now? Let's say 30 years from now. So there are things beyond your calculation, Mecha Babushka. Be it mechanoids or humans, there must be things that we cannot see. But no matter how many simulations are run, humanity's fate is sealed. Human civilization will ultimately perish in an Everwinter. See what it is now. It's not that such a possibility doesn't exist, it's that the possibility exists beyond your calculation, Mecha Babushka. That's one way to see it, but the optimal solution remains the same. You're leading the awakened machines to preserve Earth's civilization. Nanami doesn't want that at all. Be it mechanoids or humans, there must be things that we can't see. Are all civilizations born from Earth? Of course we should stand together, united as one to overcome this catastrophe. The awakened machines originated from humans. No one can say for sure the mechanoids would be spared if the punishing virus catches up to humanity's ships. A mechanoid called Nanami. Your level of awakening has exceeded my computational parameters. I am unable to compute the possibility you speak of. Perhaps in the future, when you possess greater computing power, you will be able to simulate a world with such possibilities. Time is running short now. My computing power is limited, and I must devote all resources to Project Departure. I can no longer assist you with these simulations. Make your own choice, Nanami. Gestalt severs the connection, which means there's still hope. Nanami narrows her eyes to review every piece of information. Information from Chaos, from Ishmael, from Gestalt. Usabeni must have left the Hetero Tower, but no one knows at which point in time they emerge. Gestalt cannot calculate when exactly Usabeni left the Hetero Tower, yet it never outright said Commandant didn't make it out. And there is this thing that Ishmael said. Perhaps the variable you're hoping for is already taking notice of your wish. But no one knows where that single thread leading to destiny truly lies. The singularity might indeed exist. The probability of human civilization's survival has gone from 0.031% to 0.072%. Such a minuscule probability feels too fragile to be real, too slight for her to believe it could actually exist. Transparent spider silk floats in the ocean, disappearing as soon as you look away. She might truly grasp this thread of fate, but likewise no one knows what lies at its end. And now, on the brink of her predetermined future and forced to flee into deep space, a girl soon to be exiled from Earth. What can she still do for Earth, for humanity, and for the Commandant in these moments? Dude, I'm loving this chapter so far. I really love this. Nanami! Huh? Who's that? Did someone just say something? That sounds like Commandant. Both the terminal and live radar remain silent. If Commandant had sent a message, at least one of them would have triggered the notification sound I'd set for them. Well, I guess I'm just hearing things. She scratches her ear, looking somewhat embarrassed. Guess I should really start thinking about what to do next. If Commandant comes when I'm gone, what should I leave behind for Commandant? Human food. That's definitely essential, though it might be hard to preserve. And serum, yes. Equipment, repair supplies. I need to stock up on all of these. Also, the girl stands in the snow as she stares into the unreachable distance. I wonder if I could leave a piece of myself for Commandant. Following Gestalt's guidance, I will become the Nanami of the future and the sage of mechanical civilization and lead them toward potential new dimensions of existence. I will integrate myself as the starship's core, become the Gestalt of mechanical civilization, and guide them to discover the meaning of their awakening. Look at that, we got like official sprite art of her future self. Huh. And please forgive me for having this small moment of selfishness. When I become the one and only sage of the mechanical race, please allow me to leave Nanami behind for humanity and Commandant. River of Time. That was actually pretty short. The starship departs from humanity's last outpost. When Nanami returns to the Church of Machina, everything proceeds according to plan. The Church of Machina helps Babylonia rescue a considerable number of humans and constructs. Soon after, the nightmare returns. Wave after wave of winged hetero creatures begin attacking Babylonia's transports. After losing several groups of pilots, Babylonia evacuates the last survivors from the Church of Machina. Babylonia leaves Earth's orbit and ventures into the invisible depths of space. But some constructs and humans still choose to stay behind. I'm not leaving. Vanessa, now a construct, stands before the abandoned stronghold with an emotional stare, or gaze, same thing. Not for some petty drama of love or hate, nor for some stupid faith. I'm staying here because I want to, and I don't need to give you a reason. At least on Earth, I'll know exactly how I'm gonna die. You're not coming with us to Aerospace City either, are you? Yep. I'm planning to search for survivors beyond the last line of defense in the conservation area, together with the remaining scarabs. She tugs uncomfortably at the ID card bearing the scarab insignia on her chest, her eyes downcast. There might still be survivors out there, and I'll gather them together. We'll survive this, together. Her voice is barely above a whisper, the final syllables fading into the air. Without trying to change their minds, Nanami escorts Vanessa and the other constructs to their designated locations. Best of luck to you all. Stay safe. The starship sets sail for Aerospace City. With the help of Han Ying, who came from Kowloon to join them, the Church of Machina and Aerospace City reached an agreement. In exchange for evacuating Aerospace City's residents, the space colony will provide the Church of Machina with sufficient materials and fuel to reactivate the Bifrost and launch the starship into deep space. Some mechanoids still wish to remain on Earth, and Cervantes is among them. Are you sure you don't want to leave with us, Cervantes? Never sure, Sage. Drifting through deep space in search of an unknown haven. That's not the answer I'm looking for. I'm staying to finish my thesis. Nanami doesn't like this feeling. As Babylonia begins its journey, everything familiar to her seems to slip away one by one, and her friends choose to stay where they are, one after another. Only Nanami is responsible for guiding the awakened machines, which are compelled to press forward endlessly in search of another unknown ending. Sage, I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm just a little upset. Mandasti is staying too. It's actually good that you're staying here. And I do have a special mission for you. I hope this can be become another opportunity. When the tower appears again, perhaps that will be when change must happen. Through purification and destruction, new possibilities will arise from this barren earth. If you meet Commandant, make sure to give Commandant what I left here, okay? Sage, why are you... I have to leave this place, and so do the mechanoids. Good night, take care. Alright, thanks for coming by, Leoju. Have a good rest of your night. Looking forward to next stream? Yeah, it'll be tomorrow, around the same time. After this note, I'm probably going to finish up too, so... I'll continue the chapter tomorrow. Oh yeah. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good night's sleep. Thanks for coming by. Had the Church of Machina continued to stay on Earth, war with humanity would have been inevitable, followed by other catastrophes. Thank you, see ya. See you later, man. Nanami's gaze pierces through the thick clouds above the aerospace city, and she looks toward the distant, unreachable stars. I will safeguard what you've entrusted to me. But will the Grey Ribbon Commandant truly appear again? To be honest, Nanami doesn't know either. Both Mecha Babushka and Ishmael said Commandant couldn't possibly have made it out of the Header Tower. But I've never seen Commandant in any of the simulations I've run. But what makes humans truly human is their endless potential. What humans are capable of is beyond even Gestalt's calculation. Which is why I'm not buying those simulations. Nanami believes in Commandant. I believe in you too, Nanami. Cervantes, do you hear that? A familiar yet strange voice reaches the girl's ears, carried across endless time and space. Damn, I'm not gonna lie. Saying I believe in you too, Nanami, and her little speech before that almost brought a tear to my eye, I'm not gonna lie. Something about that was just emotional. I'm not picking up anything though. It's probably my reception module. I really need to get it fixed. She mutters to herself while making a to-do list before departure. Extra serum, equipment repair supplies, food. Oh, right, and the full sensory simulation device. The starship is taking off. Perched by the porthole, she quietly lifts a heat shield to peek at Earth, which is becoming more distant by the second. Will we never be able to return? I mean, to Earth? The red tide hasn't yet consumed Earth. The planet still brims with life as blue and green hues interweave along its edges to paint a beautiful pattern. Maybe, someday, somewhere far down the road, we'll have a chance to return. The tides of time sweep everything away as seas turn into land and cliffs into abysses. But love grants this world endless possibilities. She accepts fate, but that doesn't mean she won't fight back. In the Hetero Tower, a red butterfly flutters its wings. The starship, its hull having been spray-painted DeLorean Discovery by Nanami, departs from Earth's orbit. Farewell, Earth. This is DeLorean Discovery. We are sailing in space at the third cosmic speed. Over an immeasurable span of time, Nanami gradually integrates herself into the starship's core and becomes one with its systems. You cannot forcibly split your consciousness for variable stack operations. The risk is far too great, Sage. Such calculations cannot be halted at will. If you suffer any damage during the process, it could severely impact your cognitive algorithms. Besides, with the increasing number of variables, no one can say for sure you'll be able to find an anchor point for return every time. Arcana, who is usually composed and calm, displays an uncharacteristic hint of anxiety. Don't worry, I've got everything prepared down to the last detail. And don't try getting Hakma to talk me out of this. I've already run her over to my side. Hakma. A hint of disbelief seeps through Arcana's mechanical voice. I cannot stop Sage. Her mind is already made up. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, the starship will be fine. No matter what happens, my frame will keep it going until we find a new homeland. That's not what I'm worried about. I've been waiting all this time, Arcana. Sitting by the porthole, Nanami gazes into the unknown expanse of stars beyond. Scattered pinpoints of light dot the vast darkness, but now well beyond the Milky Way. No one knows their exact position on the stellar map anymore. They chart their course as they travel to map the unknown. tried to deal with the red tide on Earth, but failed. I also tried to enter the Hetero Tower, but it had been completely sealed off. I had no other choice. I couldn't abandon the mechanoids, so I accepted my destiny and brought Discovery here. I never wanted to leave Earth, but I had no choice. But Discovery needs you. Arcana, Discovery doesn't need a Sage Machina anymore. In the starship's main hall, humans and mechanoids bustle back and forth as they work together to keep the vessel running. As time passes, the humans and mechanoids who chose to stay aboard Discovery live together in harmony, which has naturally formed a new, stable social structure within the starship. Perhaps, in time, this will bloom into a new civilization. Besides, you know exactly what I'm worried about. The punishing virus harvests information. Information of civilization. What? It was just a theory before, but only recently have I started to piece things together. The punishing virus. Fusion. Hetero Tower going haywire. Recycle. Information. Civilization. As I gradually connected with the Grey Tower, I began to see more. Mechanoids were born from human civilization too. We might be able to run from Earth, but we can't keep running away forever. Are we really doing the right thing? Running away from Earth? Mechanoids were born from human civilization, and like humans, they too are vulnerable to the red tide. As she became the starship's gestalt, she saw countless memories from the past of the mechanoids. She saw Cradle, born from the red tide, and humans trudge through the mire of forests. She saw new eggs hatching in the depths of the ocean and a horrifying sun rising from behind the black walls. The flood of information all but overwhelmed her memory module. But she also saw what remained, traces delicate as spider silk. If Nanami doesn't do anything now, who else is going to save these fascinating humans? Even if Nanami fails, the starship will keep moving forward. Nanami is well prepared. Let's just call this Nanami's little moment of selfishness. This time, I'm not just going to stand by and watch Commandant fight alone. Nanami! Oh, I think that's definitely Commandant talking. Sage? Arcana adjusts her receiver in confusion, but apart from Nanami, she detects no other living beings making any sound. I guess I'm hearing things again. Everything is ready, Arcana. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm telling you how it's going to be. You and Hakma have always managed the starship well. If I lose my anchor point and get lost, then pretend I decide to stay on Earth. She has no reason to stop Nanami, be it for the sake of the mechanoids or anything else. In a peaceful moment that would be considered dawn by Earth's calendar, Nanami initiates her deep space simulation. As a droplet of water falls, she enters the stream of time. The sparse starlight fails to fill the vast universe as she floats at its center and reaches out to touch the shattered vortexes before her. In her endless calculations, Nanami attempts to reach out once more to touch the impossible dimensional boundary. If she could send a message to the Commandant in the past to tell Commandant not to enter the Hetero Tower, could all of this be changed? She weaves through different rifts in time, desperately trying to grasp at various shards, only to find herself lost in the end. Nanami drifts along the river of time, yet she cannot find the anchor point that would guide her home. No. She frantically searches for a new path among the stars. Her consciousness wears thin from excessive time regression as her strength gradually crumbles away. No matter how many times she tries, all she sees is an ocean of stellar shards stretching endlessly before her, with no way to find her path home. What should I do? She lets out a soft sigh, her thoughts tinged with sadness. Stellar vortexes spin as time and space interweave into intricate, elusive patterns, flowing like rivers that stretch endlessly into the beyond. The girl reaches out again, trying to fish out the right thread from the rivers. What should I do now? Just like when she pondered her choices on Earth, she now finds herself with no new paths left to take. Will I see you again? Nanami! Oh. I love her, man. Alrighty. I'll stop from here. And I'll continue. I'll finish this off tomorrow. This has been a fantastic chapter so far, though. Fantastic stuff. I love what they're going. I love what they're doing here with the story so far, though. All the time stuff and everything. You know? I really like it so far. It's crazy. This thing has time travel. Black Beacon has time travel involved as well. And it kind of feels like Wuthering Waves might have a tiny bit of time travel involved as well. So a lot of time travel related stuff with these. But it's really interesting and fascinating to see what these guys can, with these guys at Kudo Games and the former PGR devs for Black Beacon can do with time travel as part of their story. So it's really cool stuff. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll finish to the Galaxies tomorrow. I hope to see you there. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye-bye.